Welcome to the regular April meeting of the San Francisco Ethics Commission. Take roll. Vice Chairman Andrews.
Here.
Commissioner Hayen.
Here.
Commissioner Keene.
Here.
It's my understanding that Commissioner Herr is in a cab en route from the airport because of a delayed flight, but that he will be here within probably the next 30 minutes. As a result, I'm going to first call item 2, and then I'm going to skip down to item 5, and then we'll go back to item number 3. In connection with 2, public comment on matters appearing or not appearing on the agenda that are within the jurisdiction of the Ethics Commission.
Did you want to finish the roll call? Sorry. Oh, you finished the roll call?
I believe so,
oh,
yes.
Sorry, sorry for the interruption.
Yeah. Insofar as item 2, the public comment appearing or not appearing on the agenda, I raised the question whether or not that it was required under any ordinance or statute that be the first item. In the 3 years that I've been on the commission, it always has been the first item, but it always struck me that it in some ways seemed to be not in the proper place for purposes of the meaning of that, so that it will be my intention, and under the bylaws I have the right to set the agenda, it would be my intention to put that in different places depending upon what the agenda items are, but it not be as a regular course be the first matter. Now, if there are public comments now, you can make what your comments are if you think that's a bad idea, and I certainly would be happy to listen to them. But that my sense is that, as I thought about it, the public comments probably are more helpful after many of the agenda items have been covered than they are at the very beginning when there's nothing in front of the public. But given that, I will entertain public comments if anyone has them.
Good evening, David Pilpel, speaking as an individual. On the point that you just raised, Chair Rennie, in my experience, this commission has had public comment at the beginning, at the end. I think for a while we had it both at the beginning and at the end, so that people would have an opportunity who weren't here at the beginning of the meeting to speak at the end. To the extent that it really only deals with items that are not on the agenda, arguably it makes sense to get it out of the way at the beginning. Different commissions have it either at the beginning, the end, the middle, various parts. So that really is within your discretion and within the purview of the rules or the bylaws of the commission. So it can work either way. One other thing to bear in mind, when the commission has a number of closed sessions, if you put it at the end of the agenda, it burdens people to wait until after the closed session. So
well, I can assure you I won't put it behind any closed sessions, because I understand that it's an imposition to somebody who's come down and then have to be excluded and then have to come back.
There you go. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Larry Bush here for Friends of Ethics. We are going to request that the Commission take up at the May meeting an issue of reinstating reporting of expenditure lobbyists that had been part of San Francisco's lobbying ordinance up until 2010. It was altered in a meeting in March of 2009 and then went into effect in 2010. It went into effect because they changed the definition of lobbyist to be a person who makes a contact to City Hall. Expenditure lobbyists are people who contact the public, who then contact City Hall. And so as a result of the change in definition, expenditure lobbyists were dropped. We'll be happy to work on anything with that, but we note that exists in other jurisdictions like San Diego. We think for the Commission to take this up and put it on the November ballot would serve several purposes. For one thing, There's much more of this kind of outreach to the public to then reach back to City Hall going on now than there might have been before. And secondly, it would sort of reboot the commission for the public to see that the commission does put things on the ballot, does move towards greater transparency. And this was something that the commission did take up in July of 2013, I believe it was, where Commissioner Hayon, who was at that time the commission president, asked that there be something drafted on it, but didn't come back to the commission. The civil grand jury also endorsed this step when they issued their report in June of 2014. I was a member of that jury as well. And I think when the commission heard the civil grand jury report, they also said that they would like to take a look at that. But it was further down the calendar of things that you have on your plate. We're urging that it be moved. You have, as I understand from talking to the city attorney's office, until July 31st to put something on the ballot, which means that you have essentially 3 full commission meetings to thrash out whether there's any problem that still needs to be addressed in terms of the legal language. What we did with Friends of Ethics was just complete a poll, which I've provided to all the commissioners and to the world. And the purpose of that poll was because the commissioner raised the question of whether or not there's a public sentiment for action on various issues. And the poll shows that there is a sentiment for action to disclose much more about the influence of money in politics in City Hall, and that there is, at this point, an approval rating from the public for the Ethics Commission's work on that at about the same level, as I recall, as San Francisco voters give to the Congress, which is not a high rating. So, thank you.
I note that Friends of Ethics and the grand jury delivered to us a communication setting forth that request.
Correct.
And at the end of this session, I intend to act on it to a certain extent. But part of the problem is you've put such a load on the staff thus far that of redrafting and drafting things, which I think we're moving forward on with the notice of special meetings on some of the things. And there's just a limit of how much we can get done by July 31st, so that it may well be that it will get put over into the next cycle, which would be 2016. But I
agree that the Commission has been much more forward-leaning in the past year and has provided much more information to the public and is doing a better job, in our view. We chose this topic because we thought it would be sort of a clean shot. It's just reinstating something that had already been part of the law, exists elsewhere, the Commission had taken up earlier. And so of all the things that we could have chosen, this was the lowest hanging fruit. If you have a lower hanging fruit, we'll look at it.
Thank you.
I'm Bob Planthold. I'm also an original member of Friends of Ethics and a former ethics commissioner. I wanted to echo the support in calling for an item about expenditure lobbyists being put on the ballot. I want to give examples that may make other people wonder. If you go back to your March packet, where there were the different categories of people to be considered for audit, you noticed in one category there was a statement that for less than 5 months in 2014, from July 26 to the end of the year, Airbnb spent only $1,304 by their filings on lobbying, and they had 30 visits. Now, there were multiple appearances by people on behalf of the Airbnb legislation at Code Advisory Committee of the Building Inspection Commission, at the various other committees of Building Inspection Commission, at the Planning Commission, 2 or 3 hearings of the Board of Supervisors. There were multiple hearings where people were present. That makes you wonder, weren't there some expenditures by lobbyists to get people out, to print the material, to do any of the work, to generate the numbers of people and the numbers of times they came out? I'm suggesting that's a basis. And I'm glad to hear, President Rennie, that you're talking about special meetings, because I will tell you that years ago, when there were fewer staff And when I was on the commission, we had multiple special meetings during the course of several months. So I will tell you, there are more public hearing rooms in this city City Hall than most people realize. Room 34 in the basement. There's even a hearing room within the back of room 408. I'm not sure if it's 408A or 410, but there was one time we had to have a special meeting, and that was the only room available. Crowded, yes, but there was room for the public and there was public comment. I want you to understand that I applaud your mentioning special meetings. I think it's something you need to consider, maybe just on the topic of pending legislation and possible ballot measures. But again, I think expenditure lobbying, as exemplified by the Airbnb data that you have in your own files, ought to make you say, let's look at this. Thank you. So.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Charlie Marsteller, and I've been attending many of these meetings since '97, so I guess I'll speak on the last point on expenditure lobbyists. I know there was a discussion of this when it was dropped or deleted in 2009, and there was some disagreement among the Commission at that time on this issue. And I hope that it's recalendared so that we can raise it again. I did notice that receipts for registration of lobbyists is running twice that which was budgeted in Mr. St. Croix's budget. And my greetings to Mr. St. Croix, by the way. I was going to say that's an indication that the business is up, and that it bears time. This is the good time to look at the question of expenditure lobbying, because my guess is we're going to see the whole gamut of lobbying forms now that we have so many lobbyists here in the city. I did want to also mention that previously when we looked at a new executive director, you held a public hearing prior to that discussion so that the public could come forward and make suggestions. We had a number of, at that time, former commissioners step forward, and Mr. Stern of the Center for Governmental Studies, and so it would be a useful exercise this time as well, so you would want to keep that in mind. I'm sure you probably would do that as a matter of course. And I also wanted to advocate again something that the previous commission has in fact advocated be done, and that is to get a board rule change so that you have the ability to place your legislation before the Board of Supervisors under your own authority, because as you know, you have a unique position on the in the charter to take your own legislation to the ballot if the case need be, and as a result I think you should also have that right before the board to carry your own legislation under your own name and not get caught up in some kind of unforeseen or unfortunate event. And things like board politics have, in fact, come up in the past. So I don't think we want to necessarily step into that if we have an option to avoid it. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Zach Goldfein, and I just wanted to quickly echo the three gentlemen that came before me. I think it's important to reenact the expenditure lobbying reports. It was a requirement until 2010, and it seems like, as Larry mentioned, some low-hanging fruit to reestablish by putting on the ballot this year, and I would urge that it would be this year as opposed to next year. It seems that it would have overwhelming support from the public, and it seems like it would be a sign of good faith. So, thank you.
Commissioners, my name is Bob Dockendorf. I was on the commission from 1996 to 2000, during which time the Ethics Commission put two proposals on the ballots, and we overwhelmingly passed both of them. So we have a good track record historically. I want to speak for looking into reinstating expenditure lobbying, or expenditures that go toward influencing the public and the supervisors and other elected officials that isn't directly through lobbyists. It's difficult because there are so many venues where you can lobby today, and not only print. You've got internet, probably through the internet. It's sort of an insidious sort of way of passing legislation and influencing legislation. When you look at all of the various paths which people or corporations or special interests can try to influence public opinion. And it could be tremendous amounts of money spent here, and there should be some transparency in who's laying this money out to influence our elected officials. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Paula Dadish, and I would just like to supply a background of David Pilpel, apart from what most probably will happen at my hearing today. Member Pilpel is an active member of the Sunshine Task Force. He has a history of coming to ethics meetings, presenting himself as a member of the public, but supplying background information that he's gotten while an active member on the Sunshine Task Force. In the past 2 years, there have been 4 ethics complaints filed on him, 3 for testifying here before the Ethics Commission on willful violations that have been referred up here without him filing an advance written determination from the clerk of the board or the Ethics Commission. They were on June 22nd, 2014, July 27, 2014, and August 3rd, 2014. In every one, he claimed to be a private citizen, yet speaks as a member of the Sunshine Task Force. There was another complaint filed against him for his failure to file Form 700 Statement of Economic Interest. That was on March 12, 2014. I've also reviewed the audio and videotapes of the past 2 years of Ethics Commission hearings. Member Pilpel has a long-standing history of standing up here, interjecting himself into matters that he has no personal knowledge of, yet claiming to be a private citizen. In my personal experience before the Sunshine Task Force, he's interrupted me repeatedly while I was presenting cases. He has preconceived notions before the complaint is even started. He provides misleading information to other members. On several cases, he was recused on previous cases before mine. Recuse means leave the room. He would sit in the audience and chatter with the Arts Commission representative. He's not allowed to do that. He's been disciplined repeatedly by Member Grant and Chair Washburn. He's said on the record that he's depressed repeatedly, and I just think the guy's out of control. Thank you.
The record should reflect that Commissioner Herr has arrived. Welcome.
My apologies. Had a late meeting, missed a flight, and had to take a later one.
Any other public comments?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Douglas Yep, and I actually got permission to come down here tonight instead of watching what's going on in Baltimore. Number one is I would like to thank the Commission for scheduling item number 6. In my opinion, and in the opinion of many silent citizens in San Francisco, it is long overdue. To refresh your memory on history, there were many people that kept saying, I am just following orders. Unfortunately, that was never approved as a defense for whatever happens in government. So it should not be used in this case. In my opinion, when you get out of the shower and you look at yourself in a full-length mirror, you should always ask yourself, How much honesty do I see from head to toe? And if you can't answer that question, you shouldn't be in any position dealing with ethics. I look behind me. I don't see Tony Hall. I don't see very many other people because in a certain sense, it's unnecessary for them to come. Just by the fact that item number 6 is on tonight's agenda says it all. For the record, I would like to pose certain questions, and we will see how they are answered in the near future. And then we'll see how ethical people are here in San Francisco. Number 1, as a reminder for everybody, there is a Public Corruptions Office, FBI, San Francisco. Feel free. They do not charge for any of their services. Number 2, item number 6. Is it any way, form, shape, way connected to the re-election of Mayor Ed Lee? Number 3, when we deal with a replacement, we should always ask yourself, is it going to be better than the previous person? And if you can't answer yes, you shouldn't hire the next person. And number 4, many people in San Francisco have told me that we need to bring someone from the outside who has no influence in San Francisco. Basically, what that means is that no one will have influence on the new executive director. And if you need referrals, there are plenty of people inside City Hall that will gladly make suggestions. There is a certain person in Washington, D.C. that might be looking for a new job next year. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mark Solomon. I'm a friend of ethics. And I wanted to ask you today to please put the expenditure lobbyist measure on the ballot. This is something that, we've done polling here. We've seen that there's public support for it. And we're seeing unprecedented amounts of money flooding into the political system in San Francisco today to try to change the rules so that individual actors can get concessions from government to make a lot of money. We did the poll for Friends of Ethics. I know what it costs to do a small poll. I got polled by Airbnb last month, and it was a 25-minute push poll that was out there throwing lots of money. These things are very expensive. Many friends I know were polled as well. So the money is out there, and it's your job to figure out how to scale the public response to meet that challenge. When I hear the claims that there's not enough staff money for this, we look into the past, all the folks we've been with together. Carolyn Nee, there was money to persecute Carolyn Nee and spent a tremendous amount of staff resources investigating a woman that we ended up finding less than $500. That's not a good cost-benefit analysis. When it came time to deal with Tony Hall, the money, the resources for staff were there to go ahead and hup to when political demands were put on this commission by people with power. He was given his waiver immediately, and he was let, to go on. And then Sean Ellsburn was able to evade a challenger because he was, the filing deadline changed. When people with power ask the commission to hup to, the commission hups to and finds the resources. When this measure was repealed 5 years ago, there was never a matter of, can the staff handle the bandwidth to get this to happen? People wanted it to happen. It happened. You opened the barn doors. Now the animals have escaped into the ecosystem. So when we hear that there's not enough resources, what we're talking here is taking existing legislation, making it onto red line, giving it to the city attorney to approve to form. The legislative record has already been put into place. This is the lowest of low-hanging fruit, and it's rotting on the sidewalk. It's time for this commission to look at the poll we did, see where your standing is, and it's not there for nothing. It's there because you haven't done what you're supposed to do, and you've not done the things that you're supposed to do as well. The commission needs to go ahead and take this poll in stride and to calibrate its response to go ahead and deal with what the charter says you must deal with, and to address the sense among San Franciscans that this government is for sale. You buy the government, the rules are changed in your favor, and you get to make a lot of money at the cost of San Franciscans. That's why you're sitting on this dais. That's why you have the power to put measures on the ballot, and we need for you to use it this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? In view of the fact that we now have a full commission, I will go back to the original agenda. And item number 3 is discussion and possible action regarding forfeiture letter sent to Supervisor Mark Farrell on December 9, 2014. And there may be some who are curious as to how this gets back on the agenda when a similar item was on the agenda in the March meeting. And when the agenda came out, Mr. Sutton representing Mr. Farrell and Mr. Bell representing the complainants called and asked me how it got put back on the agenda. And I told them what I'm going to tell you, how it got back on the agenda, so that everybody understands what we intend to do tonight. This matter was on the agenda, and in the course of the discussions, a request was made to the Commission that the forfeiture letter be waived, which led to comments and discussions about what was the normal practice of the Commission in connection with waiver of forfeiture letters. And it was that in the normal course, the way it was handled was by the staff and the executive director either issuing the waiver or denying the waiver. And the matter was then dropped. There was never a vote at the March meeting of the Commission whether they wanted it handled in that same way. And so that after that meeting ended, and I had a discussion with the executive director about the procedure and whether or not the Commission should be the one to make the decision rather than he, and that it should not be a burden on him. I was also advised that one of the commissioners took a very strong position that it was the Commission that should decide whether or not the forfeiture letter was to be waived or whether any other action should be taken against Supervisor Farrell. Based on that, I told the executive director I did not want him to send the letter out to respond to the request on the waiver, that I wanted it put back on the agenda, and that at tonight's meeting, it is the purpose of this item on the agenda is for the Commission to deal with the question is whether or not they want to grant the waiver or somehow or other deal with the forfeiture letter, whether they want to take any other action, or whether they want to close the matter for a number of reasons. So that it's, with that introduction, I will open it to discussion, but as I view it, there are two questions, and they're contained both in the letter, the draft letter that the staff has filed, and one is whether or not the forfeiture letter should be waived and whether the matter should be closed. So with that, I will ask if any commissioners have any comments or discussion.
Excuse me, Chair Rennie. Jesse Minority, Deputy Director. I have to recuse myself before discussion starts.
I understand.
So, thank you.
Commissioner Keene, you had your hand up first.
Yes, all right. Thank you, Chair Rennie. I think we ought to put this in context in terms of what it is we're dealing with, just in plain language, before we go into whether or not there's going to be a waiver or whether or not a statute of limitations precludes the matter from going forward or not. The question is, what happened here was that Supervisor Farrell, in his 2010 campaign, took an illegal campaign contribution of almost $200,000. That's what happened. In terms of it being the mechanism in which it was done through a committee another committee that was coordinated by his own campaign chair that was also running his campaign. So it's as simple as that. There was a $200,000 illegal campaign contribution that Supervisor Farrell took in 2010. The question has become, in terms of what the attachment that we have to the agenda tonight, is whether or not the statute of limitations has run on that matter. And first, in regard to the statute of limitations question, I would point out to everyone here that that's a legal matter that a court would decide. A judge would decide that. A couple of our members are not attorneys. I am an attorney. I've been an attorney for almost 50 years. I've been dean of a law school. I teach, and I've practiced law as a practitioner for 30 years. I look at the letter that was put in by Mr. Bell relating to whether or not the statute of limitations is run, and I've also read the case that the citations that Mr. Bell has put forth showing that the statute of limitations is not run. And in my opinion, the statute of limitations has not run. The final accounting that was due in relation to that coordinated committee was due on was due January 31st, 2011. That was when the final accounting was done. Our commission's demand was issued December 9th, 2014. That's within 4 years. So it's within, just in terms of what we did, was within the 4-year statute of limitations. Even if that were seen, and that's clear, so that should be the end of it, but if that's not enough to satisfy people, then what Mr. Bell has put forth in his letter in regard to the fraudulent concealment, the doctrine of fraudulent concealment, which is a recognized doctrine that tolls the statute of limitations. Statute of limitations can only run in terms of when something is known. And in terms of this actually being known, it was not indeed admitted by the Farrell people until last autumn when they did the stipulation. In effect, Farrell's people have pled guilty to this having been the fact, that they took this illegal campaign contribution. I understand Mr. Farrell has indicated that he sees the action of the FPPC as having been completely exonerating him. I think, at a minimum, Mr. Farrell should be ashamed of making those statements because in terms of owning up to the fact that this is what happened, he's not done that. And he's taken this somehow as a victory for himself. But this is one of the most egregious campaign violations that you can have. That's the only thing remaining that the Supreme Court has left us in regard to keeping campaign contributions honest after Citizens United. That is, that the campaign contribution limits directly to a candidate are in place. And they were violated here. And the idea that we were, so on the question of the statute of limitations, it hasn't run. Fellow commissioners, even if it has run, let's let a judge decide that. Let's let a court decide that in regard to the usual course of litigation. I don't think it has. I would volunteer on behalf of the commission to be the one who argues this in front of the court, in front of the trial court, in front of a court of appeal, that the statute of limitations is not run. And I would argue this with a fair degree of confidence. In regard to the idea of a waiver, then moving on to the next question, okay, well, this thing can be waived by us as a commission. Why should we waive one of the most egregious campaign violation matters that has come before this commission in its history? Why should we waive it? I don't understand why we should waive it, because people have come to us and said, Supervisor Farrell is an honorable man. All right, fine, he's an honorable man. Well, during the course of the forfeiture proceedings, he can negotiate with staff, if he wants, with our staff, and if he wants to reach some sort of settlement short of the $200,000, which I think he is legally obligated to pay back to the city because of the illegal campaign contribution. If he wants to go ahead and negotiate something, some sort of deal with us, our staff will listen to him. If it's an equitable thing, and the question that he is an honorable man will also enter into that, whether or not we accept it, we may accept it. But the matter should just go forward. Some people have just made statements about the fact that powerful individuals in the past have come before this, who have had matters before this commission, have just by virtue of their power had the matters tossed aside. If we do this, we will be showing that what they're saying is absolutely correct. There is absolutely no reason why we should rule on a question of the statute of limitations as this body. Let a court do that in the normal forfeiture type situation. If the statute of limitations is run, we lose, and Supervisor Farrell wins. In terms of our waiving it, saying, in effect, yeah, you did that, and you've confessed to that, your people have confessed to that, but it's okay. We forgive you. That would be a shameful and unconscionable thing to do, and I would ask my colleagues not to do it.
Commissioner Hurd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple questions about procedurally what our options are here. I understand we are considering whether the Commission should make the determination about whether to grant a waiver request, because our policy up to this point has been that the Executive Director handles waivers, because in the typical forfeiture situation, you're talking about sort of a routine matter for which it seemed, at least up until now, appropriate for the Executive Director to make such a decision. Do I have it right so far?
Yes.
So one question is, should the Commission take over that responsibility, and in what situations? All situations, some situations, and if it's some situations, how do we determine which situations? The other thing that I am somewhat I have a question about is what the procedure would be if the Commission were to continue to pursue forfeiture, but the Supervisor Farrell or whoever is representing him were to make this statute of limitations argument. Where is the argument made, and who makes that decision ultimately about whether he must pay the fine or not?
Well, I mean, I guess ordinarily, if just in a typical circumstance, if a forfeiture letter is sent and the person who receives the letter doesn't pay it, then it could be then the matter could be referred to the Bureau of Delinquent Revenue for to attempt to collect it, and so that would customarily be the next step in the procedure. If the person's still so, I guess at that point, I'm not sure what the precise legal mechanism is. There may be some sort of like tax lien that could be associated. Ultimately, the recipient of the letter could file an action in Superior Court seeking to basically have the forfeiture letter essentially vacated, at which point the court could, the Superior Court in San Francisco would have to adjudicate whether the letter was properly sent.
In this, if I may, Mr. Chair, in the situation in which the recipient of the letter were to file an action in Superior Court, who would be the opposing party?
Well, I guess the real party in interest would be whoever was the recipient of the letter, and I guess whoever was representing BDR, I assume it would be someone from the, that's part, I guess the BDR is part of, Bureau of Delinquent Revenue is part of the assessor's office, and so, or the treasurer's office, but,
So BDR would be the opposing party in that instance?
Right, or the treasurer's office, whichever. BDR is part of the treasurer's office.
Okay. Thank you. I think I understand. So given that, it's not clear to me that our task tonight is to adjudicate the statute of limitations issue. I think there are other decision points ahead of that that we should address.
Any other commissioners have any comment? As I understand from the answers that you got from the city attorney, that what happens with a forfeiture letter, if we don't waive it, so that the letter remains outstanding, it goes to BDR and it becomes a bad debt, and they can seek to collect. But the commission plays no further role other than we didn't waive the letter.
So our options, it seems, are either to waive the letter or to pass it on to BDR in the normal course and have BDR make their attempt to collect the fine, and for Supervisor Farrell to respond to that. Is that basically what we're talking about here?
More or less. I mean, I think that BDR could, seek advice from the city attorney's office regarding, the proper actions to take.
And we know the city attorney's office has declined to bring any civil proceedings in connection with the matter. I guess one of the problems I've had from the outset is that the forfeiture route does not really seem what's called for. It may be what's called for in terms of the total sums, but given if it's a violation of the campaign and governmental code of conduct statutes, the enforcement provision really is a $5,000 penalty, a maximum $5,000 penalty. But we can only reach that by having a hearing. I mean, Supervisor Farrell, Commissioner Keene has made statements, but there is no finding that Supervisor Farrell committed any wrongdoing. So we would have to go through some process to give him a right to present his case as to whether or not he violated any of campaign laws.
Chair Rennie, with all respect, I disagree with you on that in regard to that there is no finding. Supervisor Farrell's people stipulated and admitted and pled guilty before the FPPC in regard to this being an illegal campaign contribution. There's been no finding by us, but there's been no finding by us because what we have done is we have taken that stipulation and we've gone forward with our forfeiture letter, which I can't mention what we talked about in closed session, but what we did is we came out of a closed session and we revealed the fact that we were going forward with the forfeiture. I think that pretty much tells what happened in the closed session. So in regard to the idea that there somehow there's been no sort of adjudication regarding Supervisor Farrell, I disagree with the chair.
Well, any other comments? Any comments to the public? Go ahead.
Well, I regardless of what the there certainly has been, in my view, no finding by this commission of a violation. I mean, typically, if we find a violation, we have a hearing. There is due process that we hear from both sides, and we issue an order. So I agree with the chair that we have not had a hearing and made an adjudication on the merits here. And frankly, I do think there's a statute problem for that. I mean, we haven't done it. I think the statute is run. And in some ways, this forfeiture is an attempt to circumvent wouldn't be the right word, but attempt to get the fine without a formal adjudication. And I'm not sure that's procedurally proper. And I know that's an unpopular view. I'm personally, when you look at the reports of what happened, and when you read that FPPC report, it's troubling. It's no doubt troubling. But I also think procedure is an important part of law, and I'm certainly open to hearing from my fellow commissioners, but I am troubled by the statute and the lack of a hearing to adjudicate the matter.
Rennie.
Yes, Commissioner here.
I have some questions about the timeline, because one of the things that bothers me is, of course, here we are in April of 2015 discussing something that happened quite a few years ago. And so can you remind me as to why we're only dealing with this now, and I don't remember all of the steps that led to this being delayed over such a long period of time, and then creating this problem with the statute of limitations.
Well, I will respond to that as best I can, and then
maybe
Commissioner
Mr. St.
others can.
Croix,
But as I recall, when the complaint was filed in 2010, it was filed both with the Ethics Commission and with the FPPC. And when the FPPC came to us and said they wanted to go forward with it and asked us to stand down, which I think all of us feel that was the start of the mistake from day one, that we let it get into their hands.
Right.
That some of our investigators participated with the FPPC in the investigation, but that when the FPPC finally reached a conclusion and advised us they were intending a settlement, I think almost 4 years or more than 4 years had run at that point. And we, in the interim, had done nothing to as a commission, to say, hey, look how long this is dragging out. Again, that I think is part of the problem we're facing today, is we didn't handle it right.
But let me ask you this. I mean, if from the beginning, when we turned it over to the FPPC at their request, and we stood down, I mean, do we in general have a legal right to continue or to create our own concurrent investigation if the FPPC has taken on a matter? Can we also do our own investigation while they're doing theirs, or does it have to be one or the other?
Let's direct that to the city attorney.
As a matter of comedy, I think when the FPPC requests...
You mean COMITY?
COMITY,
okay.
yes.
Just wanted to make sure.
I think it's the practice to allow them to conduct their investigation. There are resources issues from having to proceed simultaneously, but there's no legal requirement that our Ethics Commission could not simultaneously pursue an investigation with the FPPC.
Chair?
Commissioner?
I think the mistake that was made by the commission at that time was that we didn't continue to pursue an action under our specific regulations. So to the extent that state law overlaps with our law, then if the FPPC wants to take over, in the past we have done that. We could have, but did not leave open an investigation, start an investigation where we could have. I still don't think it's good public policy for us to conduct redundant investigations to the FPPC. They are better resourced, and in many cases, Friends of Ethics and others have told us, the grand jury, that we should be deferring more to the FPPC. So there certainly is some balance, but having not gone after the specific San Francisco regulations certainly was a decision we're now looking at with more scrutiny.
Mr. Andrews?
Well, I share in Commissioner Haynes' concern around this. We're going a little bit in circles because I feel like, again, here we are, and this is where I will say we could do better as a commission with engaging with our partners, whether that is the referral process that happens where particular complaints come before us from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, or by standing down or standing aside and kind of passively watching something happen, and could have played a more active role, or at minimum could have monitored it enough so that whatever developments had happened or had transpired would be brought back to the commission for consideration and deliberation. I think that's the piece that is a little frustrating for me, that of why we find ourselves here. But it's a bit of a to what end for me. It's because we have this, it feels like there is this forfeiture direction that we're headed down that has statute of limitations issues potentially around it. It feels that there are possibly a way in which we could argue violations in which we could fine up to $5,000 on the violation itself. I just want us as a commission to be clear with where we're headed and what we're ultimately trying to achieve. And I think we're doing the right thing by having this discussion, because I think every time we have it, we become a little more clear. But I do want to have a very, as clear as we can, understanding of the to what end component of this, so that we can do our absolute best to achieve the outcome, whatever the prefer, even if we end up being the losers on that outcome. But at least we were clear on what we set out to do. And I'm afraid we always somehow jump in and try to solve math problems in the middle, and this is another one that we're trying to solve in the middle. And if we can have as much information as we possibly can before we proceed.
Well, I think one question would be, should we, the commission, as a policy matter, approve forfeiture waivers? To me,
I'm sorry, what was that?
Whether we as a commission should change our policy and approve forfeiture waivers, approve or disapprove forfeiture waivers, rather than the staff.
I don't know.
Go ahead.
I don't know whether or not it has been established that we'd be changing our policy. What we have so far is statements, anecdotal statements to the effect that waivers in the past have indeed been done by the executive director. Whether or not we have established that our policy is that the waivers are done by the executive director only, I haven't heard that, and that has not been established. So I don't think there's anything for us to change there. And I really doubt that the history of the commission or the spirit behind what the commission does would be such that, in regard to a matter, no matter how egregious, that we would just leave it to the grace of the executive director, whoever that might be, whatever judgment, sound or unsound, that person might have, to go ahead and say, okay, it's over, it's not And the commission, if that's the case, then we as a commission are just a bunch of supernumeraries. And the executive director is the tail wagging the dog. So I doubt that can be that could be the policy.
Well, Commissioner Keene, one of the things, though, if you look at the forfeiture section and where it appears in the code, it does not appear to be an enforcement provision, as opposed to finding a violation of the code and imposing a penalty. In other words, it appears to be much of an administrative step that's being taken, and I think that's what has troubled me from the outset, is whether forfeiture was the route to go. Putting aside the statute of limitation, whether forfeiture was the route to go, or the route to go was under, I think it's section 1.170B, which provides for civil penalty for any negligent or intentional violation of the provisions of the campaign code. But when I look at the forfeiture, and particularly now when they tell, if we decide we aren't going to waive the letter goes to the assessor's office essentially, and that's the end of the matter.
And we will have done our task. We will have done our task honestly, rather than step in without any reason and somehow salvage it for Supervisor Farrell. We went ahead with forfeiture. The executive director issued the forfeiture letter, be it administrative or a penalty matter. That was issued. We then had a meeting, and at the meeting, the chair disclosed that we, as the outcome of that meeting in a closed session, we were requesting that in regard to the matter of forfeiture, that it continue, and that the Farrell people respond to the letter.
That was the only thing we
well, if we're asking the Farrell people to respond to the forfeiture letter, what we're saying is forfeiture is going forward, and we're in the process of it right now, unless we decide to interrupt it, to put the brakes on and bring it to a screeching halt. And I haven't heard any reason why we should.
Well, I guess the only reasons that I think of is that you say the Farrell received $190,000. It was the amount spent by the controlled committee. Part of it went to his campaign, but the majority of it went to negative campaigns.
Well,
and the question, again, I don't know the answer, whether or not that constitutes that the same thing as getting an illegal campaign contribution, where you can say, here's a check that your campaign committee or you individually received.
Well, Supervisor Rennie, again, with all due respect.
I'm not a supervisor.
I'm sorry, Chair. Yeah, I keep mistaking your other half. For many years, I appeared before her when I did the budget for the Public Defender's Office, and she was the chair of the Finance Committee. So I had about 20 years of saying Supervisor Rennie. So now I have to get out of that habit. Chair Rennie, in regard to the whole matter of whether or not, I don't even know what I was going to say. I forgot, somehow I've lost my train of thought. So I better not say anything. I'm sorry, I do know. For you to say, for it to be said that, well, there was this other campaign committee that was under the coordination of Supervisor Farrell's campaign chair, and they were doing a number of things, including giving him direct contributions, but these other things they were doing was they were just doing hit pieces on his opponent. So therefore, that was not a campaign contribution. the fact that this group was doing hit pieces on its opponent rather than him having to do the hit pieces on his opponent, that's a campaign contribution. So I think that full $200,000 that campaign during that committee controlled by Supervisor Farrell's people during the time of the campaign was engaging in all of this secret activities, hit pieces on his opponent and also expenditures directly on his behalf. That's $200,000 of illegal money that he got for his benefit in that campaign. That's a campaign contribution.
Do I hear a motion by anyone?
Mr. Chair, I do want to make a comment if there is before a motion or any public comment comes. I do know, I would just want to remind myself and the commissioners of a discussion that we had that was, it seems that there would be no way that you could have, it would be an all or none proposition or practice by which internally within the staff as a practice that we were going to somehow more closely monitor and have oversight over the forfeitures that come before. Now, I understood then that whether that was a spreadsheet of 10 forfeitures a month or 150, and I know that there was obviously more review and that would be more work on the commission side. But that said, that we were going to lean in a little further as a practice to at least have an understanding of what forfeitures were in play at the staff level, and then at least have our eyes on it on a more consistent basis that would have us either raising an eyebrow on or getting a little bit more information. So as we move forward, I'd at least like to know, and it may not be tonight, what we seek to do differently as a practice in terms of whether that is an administrative task or it's a penalty task, that there is some built-in more robust oversight, at least at the commission level, that we have an understanding of what is happening around forfeitures.
My understanding was it was not so much focused on forfeitures. It was focused on complaints that were either passed or where we stepped down, that we would get a monthly report as to what the status of those complaints were. That might include forfeitures as well, but it was sort of more keeping us on top of, so that we wouldn't get in the situation we're in here, that adopting some rules and procedures that would cause them to be brought before the commission on a periodic basis to make a determination. But I don't think it was limited to forfeitures. Commissioner Hearn.
In response to Commissioner Andrews, I'm certainly not against a procedure that would have the commission have to approve forfeiture waivers over a certain amount. I think policy-wise and for the reasons that Commissioner Andrews and Commissioner Keene expressed, that could be a good policy determination. What I'm hearing, though, throughout this discussion is that this does sound a lot like we're trying to make a decision about whether the statute applies, whether forfeiture is the appropriate mechanism in light of the lack of a hearing, whether we're in some ways trying to make factual determinations without really, in somewhat of a half-baked way, I would say. And so I do have some concern about what precisely we're trying to accomplish with this agenda item.
What we're trying to accomplish is make a decision.
Make a decision.
Make a decision either to grant the requested waiver or deny it, in which case the forfeiture will go in its ordinary course, and then make a decision whether or not the commission wants to do anything further in connection with the Farrell matter. I think it's those two decisions have got to be made.
also, just if I could add, I mean, I think that the commission could also choose to defer to the Ethics Commission staff as to what to do with the waiver, because of the sort of historical policy that the question of waivers of forfeiture letters has been handled by the staff. I just wanted to throw that out there as an option. In other words, it's not an obligation that the commission has to adjudicate or decide tonight or ever what to do with respect to this letter. That's a decision that could be left to the staff.
In other words, we duck it. And we as a commission would duck it and just and say it's not. We're washing our hands. It's the staff doing it. It's St. Croix doing it as the executive director.
I'm not trying to
I understand.
speak to the wisdom.
I'm just trying to
tell you the
characterize
options.
correctly what the option you're giving us. I'm not saying anything personal in regard to you, but that's the upshot of what that option is that you're presenting. I'm not asking you a question.
I didn't think it was a question. I just wanted to make sure. Okay. And I would just also add that, I mean, tonight the commission does have the option to go into closed session. You know, this, as you know, the city attorney has advised on this previously. We haven't changed our view, but if the commission wanted to have questions in closed session, that's an option for tonight.
As I say, is there anyone prepared to make a motion?
Is there any precedent for any type of abbreviated hearing or adjudication by brief on the issue of whether to go forward with a forfeiture? I mean, typically these forfeiture requests are just made directly to the executive director, and the executive director makes the determination based upon what? That forfeiture letter and some discussion with the party? What is the precise mechanism for how that typically occurs?
I would defer to the executive director on the mechanism. I would tell you that do not believe that there is a procedure before this commission for adjudicating the propriety of a forfeiture letter, or at least not one I'm aware of. But if the executive director is aware, I would defer to him on that.
How does it work typically?
It's similar to the waiver process that we use for other campaign fines. It depends on the past record of the campaign involved, whether we determine that it was non-intentional, and the value. So if certain conditions are met, we're usually lenient on like new treasurers and things like that if they make a single mistake. Those kind of considerations.
I would suggest that maybe we hear some public comment.
All right. Not hearing any motion, I will take public comment.
I'm Charlie Marsteller for the record. I've been here for a long time, and I would take the big view, and that is that it's ultimately on your heads, because a decision such as this, for instance, taken by either the executive director or by you to waive or to grant the waiver, is something that you are going to be accountable, as the commission, accountable for in the press and consequently in the public's mind. So I would think that it would behoove you to monitor closely waivers granted by the executive director, not necessarily to reverse them or have a formal review every month, but it's certainly something that each and every one of you might want to be sensitive to, because you are a quasi-court, but you are also a quasi hot-button committee, and you are on the hot seat on something of this magnitude. I think Mr. Keene is correct. This is not small potatoes. And there are larger questions involved with this particular case. So that's my only comment to you, is that ultimately it's on your head as commissioners.
Hello, Larry Bush for Friends of Ethics. I would just point out that it's the commission that's going to be held accountable and not staff. Staff is largely protected by civil service. Commissioners are not. In fact, under the charter, commissioners can be recalled by the voters if they feel that you're not doing your job. And it's one of the few commissions where you actually have a recall provision. And in the past, there have been waivers or reduced penalties that were highly questionable and involved very powerful political people with specious reasons, such as claiming that the person who was being fined didn't have financial resources, when in fact if you looked at their very Form 700, they had millions of dollars in property that they owned. And it's like, could you look at the Form 700? Could you look at the fine? Why do these not match up? So as long as we were unable to hold the staff accountable because they're protected, the only people that held accountable is a loss of public confidence in the oversight by the commission.
Well, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Janet Riley, and in 2010, I ran for the Board of Supervisors in District 2. I campaigned for this office pretty much full-time for 18 months. I put together a campaign team. I assembled a kitchen cabinet of advisors. I studied the issues, and I staked out positions. I met District 2 residents in their homes and in their places of work, on the street corners, and in playgrounds. I shook hands with voters. I gave out literature early morning at the bus stops as voters commuted to work, and then during the evening, commute as well. I raised money. I participated in debates and endorsement meetings, editorial boards, and community forums. I walked door to door in every neighborhood in the district multiple times. I worked hard, as did hundreds of volunteers who worked for me. During the campaign, I worried about a lot of things, but the integrity of our election system was not one of them. Less than 2 weeks before Election Day, a relentless negative attack was launched against me and my campaign. Nasty and blatantly false attack pieces landed in voters' mailboxes, in their inboxes, and on their doorsteps. All the work of an independent expenditure committee on behalf of Mark Farrell. We now know that that committee was anything but independent. Farrell's campaign manager, Chris Lee, admitted that not only did he set up this committee, but he actually operated it, knowingly and willingly violating multiple campaign laws. It was cheating, and it was a desperate attempt to win an election at all times, and it worked. There was simply no way for me to combat $220,000 worth of last-minute attacks, raising money $500 at a time as the law dictates. And although I received the most first-choice votes of any candidate in the race, I failed to cross the 50% threshold. After multiple rounds of counting in our ranked choice election system, I lost that race by 258 votes. After the election, I filed a complaint with this body and with the FPPC. I heard practically nothing for nearly 4 years. But last November, the FPPC confirmed egregious campaign violations occurred, and Mark Farrell benefited from nearly $200,000 of illegal donations. The FPPC leveled a fine, and this body directed Farrell to reimburse the general fund the illegally gotten contributions, $190,000. Despite your directive, Supervisor Farrell refuses to pay, and he says he has no intention of paying. As Chair Rennie said on tonight's agenda, there's an item asking you to rescind your forfeiture letter. I'm asking you not to do that. It is simply unconscionable that admitted violations of this magnitude go without any kind of real consequence. I have nothing to gain from this personally. It's too late for me and for the elections. But the people of San Francisco need to know we have a fair election process. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Charles Bell. I've sent you some letters, and most recently one that was received the other day. And I think the chair explained publicly one of the questions that I had raised about this, but let me just focus on the issue. First, I think the Commissioner Keene has really dramatically explained what's at stake here. And you have before you the forfeiture issue. I think that I've demonstrated that you don't have a statute of limitations problem with it. And indeed, it is the function of a court to decide whether a prosecutor in presenting a case has made the point and has a responsibility to show that statute of limitations was not violated. It seems to me you should let the court decide that, whether it is an action brought by Mr. Farrell and his attorneys, or whether an action is brought by the Revenue Collection Department to collect the fine, in which case the substantive issues are going to get raised. But for this commission, at this point, to let this serious a matter go and just wash its hands of it is like folding your cards before you even play them. I don't think you should do that. Now, the discussion here has raised some issues about your procedures, and it may well be that it's productive for you to look at your procedures, both in how you handle enforcement cases and how you consider and approve not only forfeiture matters but also other violations. But this case should not blow up the commission. This should be referred to the Revenue Department. You should stand with the letter that was sent in December, and I would say, at least at the last meeting, the impression I got was the status quo was maintained at the last meeting. A request for waiver was made, ably argued by Mr. Sutton. We responded, and there were other people who responded as well. And so there has been some due process here. Whether this is sufficient due process, I think you should decide. The court may decide that. But you should not fold your cards at this point. You should let this process go forward. It's really to fulfill the mission that you have, which is set forth in the charter, which is to vigorously enforce the law. Your campaign finance law and the electoral process itself were disrupted and seriously put into doubt by this action, and you should not be silent. Thank you.
Thank you. May I ask Mr. Bell a question?
Sure.
Mr. Bell, in your view, does this issue hinge on the applicability of the statute of limitations? In other words, if we were to find or determine that there was no violation of the statute, then I presume you think we should go forward, not waive the forfeiture request and send it on to BDR. But if we were to find that there is a statute of limitations problem, would you agree that we should waive it, or is your view that we should send it off regardless of any determination about the
statute? I think your function here is to enforce your laws, and the way to do that is to let a body or a judge decide whether there's a statute of limitations problem. I think, as Commissioner Keene indicated, and I certainly have said in a couple of letters, that with respect to the forfeiture issue, there's absolutely no statute of limitations issue. You brought the letter within the 4 years before this report at the end of the cycle was due. With respect to the other issues, potentially bringing your own action under the provisions of your statute, I think that fraudulent concealment occurred. The fraudulent concealment, if you look at that the record here was not fully revealed until the FPPC stipulation, but even assuming that your staff participated in some way in the discussions the FPPC had, the earliest communications and interviews of Mr. Farrell were in late 2012 and 2013, almost 2 years after the complaint had been filed. I think any fair assessment of the tolling of the statute of limitations here would give you a couple more years. And if we participated in this proceeding before a superior court, I would argue that vigorously to the court.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Greg Bryan. I'm with Represent Us. I'm new. It's like my first time actually being at one of these hearings. And I just want to say, Commissioners, that it seems clear to me that there was a clear ethics violation with regards to this. And it's like, I don't know what your procedures are in general, but you deferred them to another group. And I don't know why you would be exercising a waiver now at this juncture, given that the decision's pretty much been made and that you would want to step in and actually overturn a clear ethics violation when it seems to me the job of the ethics committee is to enforce the ethics rules and to enforce the ethics for the city of San Francisco. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Mark Solomon again. This is like 2003 all over again. It really is. It's like nothing really changes here. So what we got is a essentially criminal conspiracy to defraud the voters, to defraud the political process in pursuit of a certificate of election obtained fraudulently. If there was a way to go back and roll back that certificate of election, that's what should be happening here as a primary remedy. You shouldn't be able to take office and hold it and seek re-election by violating the law like this. I wonder why Supervisor Farrell has no one here making his case. Does he know something we don't know? Because what I see again, it's like when the city attorney wants to make things happen or not happen, they can slow walk or fast walk things. We saw it with the police chief, where a settlement was reached immediately, where there's probability of criminal conduct that was laid out that goes back for decades. So when you're a member of the city family in good standing, one standard applies. There's one set of public resources available at your disposal. But when you're not a member of the city family, all of a sudden those resources either magnify or disappear depending on what's needed to reinforce the city family ties. In this case, the notion that there's been a question raised does not mean you have to change your position. Your job is to pursue and enforce the laws of City and County of San Francisco, and as long as there's a plausible legal case to be made here that the statute of limitations is not run, your job is to go ahead and ensure that the lesson is set for future comers that you can't fraudulently deprive the voters of an honest election in order to achieve a certificate of election and govern. I mean, it's not like Mr. Farrell came to this process, as a citizen candidate. He was a successful hedge fund executive who had countless amounts of resources at his disposal. He wasn't playing an amateur game. He was playing with real money, with real tokens for keeps. And he cheated. And it's the job of this commission to go ahead and represent the people of San Francisco and up that congressional approval rating by standing up and doing what we need to do. I mean, if it's possible to go ahead and slow walk this just because another higher body is considering it, then how does anything ever get done here? It was a job of executive director and staff to go ahead and make sure that the deadlines were being met to preserve the city's position. That didn't happen. Were there any consequences for that? It's like we're living in a neoliberal world where if you're connected, it's infinite consideration and no accountability. If you're not connected, it's no consideration and infinite accountability. Ethics is supposed to be equal treatment for all comers. And that's what this commission has to make its priority right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jim Sutton representing Supervisor Farrell and his political committee. And just a few comments, because you are dealing with a lot of issues this evening. But one thing what we would like to do is put the matter and what happened for these 5+ years in context. whether or not the staff did the right or wrong thing by deferring to the FPPC. Remember, the FPPC did an incredibly thorough investigation. They interviewed every witness. They interviewed every party. They requested and went through, I believe, hundreds, if not thousands of emails. They looked at every factual issue. They looked at every legal issue. They looked at who were the guilty parties, who should be fined, and how much that fine should be. And they levied a very significant fine against who they thought were the culpable parties in the matter. It was a 3-year investigation that led to a certain conclusion. Then, of course, the city attorney's office did the same thing, obtained all the transcripts of the interviews from the FPPC, all the emails, did its own investigation, and it decided the parties who were already fined that was enough of a pound of flesh. So this is not that nothing has ever happened, and we have no reason to believe that the FPPC or the city attorney went lightly on anyone. They looked at the facts, they looked at the law, and they decided what should happen and what shouldn't happen. And there have been a lot of misstatements of fact this evening. The only two that I want to comment on are this idea that Supervisor Farrell's committee fraudulently concealed something. This matter was brought to the Ethics Commission's attention in December 2010. The Ethics Commission staff participated in interviews in 2012. There was nothing concealed from the Commission. Supervisor Farrell and his campaign staff spoke with the FPPC. Some of those interviews the Ethics Commission was involved in. Second of all, the comment that Chris Lee, Supervisor Farrell's campaign consultant, operated this committee is just completely not true. What the FPPC found is that he sent 3 emails out, one about how to set up an IE committee, one with a list of donors, and one with a possible consultant. But it very explicitly said that there was no involvement with Supervisor Farrell's consultant in any of the mail or phone calls or whatever it was that committee did, that he was involved for a very short moment of time at the very beginning. So, just to conclude, whether you call it a statute of limitations or latches or equitable estoppel, it is simply not fair or appropriate for a public agency to start an investigation about matters that happened 2 election cycles ago, especially when the complaint was received by this commission almost 5 years ago, and especially when this commission staff participated in interviews 3 years ago. And I just want to conclude by reading you a quotation, if you'll humor me, from the chair of the FPPC, who is a former state bar judge. And at a meeting just 2 months ago, the FPPC was considering whether or not to levy fines against a political committee for certain violations that had happened several years ago prior to the statute of limitations. And there were allegations of fraudulent concealment. And the chair of the FPPC's comments, we believe, are applicable to what you guys are considering right now today. And the chair said, "The public must have trust in us as well that we are going to follow our own rules and regulations. And to the extent that we can uphold those rules and regulations, even if we are on the fence, I'd rather be on the fence when it comes to due process."
I think you've exceeded your time.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you very much, and we hope that you'll close this matter this evening.
Good evening, David Pilpel, speaking as an individual. There clearly are a lot of issues at stake here. I'd start by saying that the agenda item description and the 2 documents included as attachments appear to be very minimal relative to the grand scope of this. In fact, what Chair Rennie indicated at the beginning would have been a good summary for the public. There clearly are parties with interests here. There's also a public interest. I am not conversant in the facts of this matter. I'm not a lawyer. I certainly am no expert on collateral estoppel or equitable tolling, fraudulent concealment, how those may or may not apply. Some of the comments that were made earlier about improving the process for tracking concurrent investigations and how they implicate investigations that are still within your jurisdiction or purview, I think are interesting and important. if the commission or the staff believes that there was a violation of a specific C&G code section, then I think the staff should prepare a probable cause report and bring that to you, and we should, hear all of the arguments from all sides. I feel like, in a way, as was suggested earlier, we're having sort of a shortened and abbreviated briefing tonight on some of these issues. It would certainly be a new process or a new thing for this commission to step in and say this forfeiture should not go forward. I'm not sure that there's anything in the commission's rules and guidelines that now provides for that. If the letter continues as was sent and it ends up in court, then perhaps the other side will raise the issue of whether it's proper, and that'll be determined in a court. I just think that there are really these complicated issues before you. The agenda just says discussion, possible action regarding the forfeiture letter. Doesn't say anything about waiving the forfeiture. If there was actually a waiver request that was not in your packet, I don't think should be specifically before you tonight. So I'm kind of wondering what direction you're going to go with this. Perhaps that was helpful, perhaps not. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Good evening, Commissioners. Joe Kelly, Jr. is my name. I did not come this evening expecting to speak on this item. I was here in support of the initial public comment item. But sitting here, I did feel moved to get up and say something because it just as a concerned citizen, I guess this in a lot of the commission has a lot of lawyers on it, and there's a lot of legal issues. But this particular item, I mean, and how you've obviously put some time in discussion into the issue, it just seems to me that you would be really not violating, but moving against everything that this commission's goals and codes stand for to shelve this item. I think it would serve the public well to continue the process. And if it's found in the courts that no, it shouldn't proceed, so be it. But the specifics of this issue, I think, warrant it to be continued. And it will also, I mean, I got to say, I'm surprised the supervisor isn't even here tonight to, represent himself. So anyway, that's my thought on it. And I will actually say that I think it would be a wonderful precedent, if nothing else, to, keep officials, on guard about doing things if it was done. So thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Having heard the public comment, is any commissioner want to make a motion as to how we should dispose of the issue?
I don't have a motion, but I have a suggestion. So if someone else has a motion, they should go forward.
Mr. Keene, do you?
No, I'm content with the status quo, and that is and the status quo, as I see it, is that forfeiture continues unless we in some way interrupt it.
Well, when you say the status quo is a recommendation of the staff that it be waived, and if we don't take some action to overrule that, then the The staff will make its decision, and the letter will go out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then I mistook the chair's opening comments that I took as the staff making the decision of waiver is no longer on the table. And from what the chair described to us in terms of why this is on the agenda tonight, and your own discussions with the executive director, that the staff and the executive director should not go ahead with the waiver. So I was content then with what the chair characterized. If I misheard you.
But I think you did, because I said there were two decisions we had to make.
So this one decision as to whether or not the staff should be able to waive this?
Whether or not the commission wants the letter that has been drafted by the staff to go out, or it does not.
Which letter? The letter of
the letter that's attached to the staff recommendation on the subject item, agenda item tonight.
About the statute of limitations. The one that I have says it's a letter from St. Croix saying we're not going forward with this because of the statute of limitations.
Right.
So,
and if as I understand where we are, if we don't take some action, that letter goes out. That is exactly what was one of the three possibilities.
All right. If that's the state of where we are in terms of whether or not we are in favor of John St. Croix sending a letter out to Supervisor Farrell saying that the matter has been waived because of the statute of limitations, I move that Mr. St. Croix not send that letter out.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
Right. Motion has been made and seconded.
May I comment?
Certainly.
If the commission were to make a decision to approve or deny waivers, and I like I said before, I think over a certain dollar amount we probably should. I think that would be a good policy. I think we should have that policy. We should actually put a policy in place before we start making decisions without the policy in place. Because what it sounds like we're about to do is change a policy decision sort of on the fly without notice to the public and without sort of fully understanding what the scope of that is. I mean, what is the threshold for which we will now be approving waivers? I think we should know that. I will say that based on the letter that was drafted, to me I would not approve that, because it contains no rationale for why the waiver is being granted. And if we're going to grant a waiver, and if the commission is going to approve it, I think we need the rationale in the letter that's granting the waiver, and certainly I wouldn't want it to be this half-baked. Now, my personal view is if the statute of limitations applies, then I think we should grant a waiver, because I understand that there are, people want officials held accountable. I do too. I understand that, statute of limitations are very unpopular with the public. But I don't think our job is just to do whatever, the wave seems to be going. If really the statute of limitations applies, I do not think it's fair to make a public official go through a lengthy court proceeding to have that further adjudicated if we don't believe it applies. Now, if we do believe it applies. Now, if it doesn't apply, then there's no way we should grant a waiver. That would be unconscionable. But based on the record we have before us, and certainly this letter that was about to be sent, it's to me, it's far too incomplete to grant or to approve. But I do think we should know what the standard is for which, for what we're going to approve and what we're not, what type of waivers we're going to look at and what we're going to defer to the staff on.
Mr. Chair, I'm in full agreement, and I concur with Commissioner Herr. I couldn't support this letter, but I couldn't support the letter for just those reasons. I specifically wrote here, there's not enough here in this letter. This fully doesn't describe why we would move forward with granting a waiver of this forfeiture. So I wrote down here for myself. I feel like the commission is missing. We either think we are either missing a piece, and I feel like it's around the statute of limitations that has us held up. We're either missing a piece, or we feel that we're missing a piece that has the commission continuing to chew on this all night. And I suspect that if we had something more definitive on whether this really the statute of limitations did or did not apply, we would be able to have a different type of discussion that would lead to, at minimum, moving forward. I don't know what the outcome would be, but we would be moving forward on this. And it feels in the absence of that information, and I don't know if we can get that information beforehand, or if we continue this and have potentially some closed session either tonight, and I can't imagine that, the public would like that, or any of the commission for that matter, or if we continue it to next month. I just want to make sure that we've asked ourselves the question, are we missing anything, or do we feel that we're missing anything? And if we've answered those two questions, then we can move forward. And can we, in the larger piece, could we get information on, more definitive information on the statute of limitations, so that we would move forward with some level of confidence? Because I don't feel that the commission as a whole, and forgive me if I am mischaracterizing the feeling of the commission at this moment, I don't feel that we're moving forward with some great level of confidence.
Well, we do have some submissions from, it seems like, both sides, but I think if we're going to approve a waiver, we need to, like you're saying, Commissioner Andrews, have it in front of us, have the rationale that the staff is endorsing to make that decision.
It's a light form letter. It's very light.
Well, Commissioner Herr, I don't quite understand that you're saying that it's a change of procedure. I think that inherent, the commission has the power to overrule the executive director, regardless of what the decision is.
I agree. I agree.
And that what we have before us tonight, it seems to me, is a question of, do we want just to put this matter behind us with this waiver, deny the waiver, the forfeiture letter just goes into ordinary course, and close the file as far as the commission is concerned?
I'm not sure that's fair either. Because if there is a significant statute of limitations concern, and clearly there is, if the city attorney is not pursuing it, and we've looked at some of the law, and there is a concern. And if that's the case, to just close the book is not just either. I think we owe it to the public to make a decision. And if the letter is before us, then and we have the rationale, we can decide we disagree with that rationale and we should go forward. But why do it? Doesn't that argument apply for both sides? I don't think anybody's asking us to do this in a vacuum. I think they want us to make an informed decision about whether the forfeiture should go forward. And the waiver request is a vehicle for doing that. Now, this proposed granting of the waiver, like I said, is way too thin to approve. But I'd like to know what the staff's rationale for recommending that waiver is.
Well, insofar as the statute of limitations, there's no way that anybody is going to be able to produce something that says this is the way it would be decided. That isn't the way the system works. It would require
I'm well
a judge.
Aware of that,
it requires a judge to say it. And I think that what we were hearing is let it go, let the forfeiture go, and if it gets challenged and the statute of limitation gets litigated, some court will decide it. But we don't have enough wisdom to decide the statute of limitations.
Chair Rennie, I would disagree. I mean, between you and Commissioner Keene, we have, I don't even want to add up how many years of legal experience we have. We make legal determinations all the time. I think we are capable of evaluating whether the rationale for a waiver is appropriate or not. And we may disagree, and if we disagree and the waiver isn't approved, then it goes forward. But it seems what we're suggesting is let's put our heads in the sand and not have the rationale before us, not adjudicate it, and just punt it to the Superior Court. Who's going to have the same has the same resources for one case as the collective of us do.
But there's nothing more that needs to be articulated on the statute of limitations. We've got presentations by both sides, and I don't know. I'm not saying I like the letter or agree with the letter, but I'm saying is what more can the staff come to us, let's say, at another hearing and say, now we're going to deal with the statute of limitations. What are they going to present us?
Hopefully they'll present us with their view of why it applies. I mean, if we had a letter that we were approving and sending out, I mean, wouldn't we want to explain the reasons? I mean, I just can't imagine if you're the public and you receive a letter that says it's waived, statute of limitations, period, that you're going to find that satisfactory. But if you had a letter that explained the rationale, you could agree or disagree, but at least you'd understand why they think the statute of limitations applies.
But I guess I'm suggesting to you if what we want to do is instruct the staff to draft a letter to our satisfaction justifying the waiver, is it because we've made a decision that we're going to waive it?
No, not at all. Because my guess is that there may be some disagreement about whether that rationale is correct, but we can have it out.
With all due respect, Chair, Commissioner Herr, and through the Chair, I think we've had it out as much as we can, and certainly on the question of the statute of limitations. In terms of any further beating of that horse, I can't imagine what could be added to what the discussion has been tonight.
Well, there's a motion on the table.
Call the question.
Call it. You have the motion.
My motion is that we not authorize Mr. St. Croix to send out the letters saying that the matter is waived because of the statute of limitations, that we not approve the attached letter.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I oppose because my amendment wasn't included.
So the motion is carried that the letter not go out. Now, the other issue that I think is...
All right, can you state the vote? We couldn't tell who voted which way.
It's 4-1.
Okay, thank you.
The other question is whether or not we want to continue to take any action in the Farrell matter.
There's sort of a double negative hanging somewhere in that, in terms of, does it require a motion saying we will not take any further action? Or I would think that the opposite would be true, that if in terms of, if we're going to take further action, someone's going to have to move that we take further action, and that's not going to be me.
But as the record stands, is that we rejected the letter, the waiver letter.
Right.
Okay. But I don't know whether inherent is a determination that the forfeiture goes forward.
I disagree. The forfeiture is in motion and has been in motion ever since that letter was sent out, and ever since we then voted, we then revealed after our closed session that we were requesting that Supervisor Farrell's people respond to the forfeiture letter. Mr. Chair, given those things, those mechanics that have gone forward so far, to say that the forfeiture is not in motion just doesn't make any sense. If someone wants the forfeiture stopped, then let's have someone make an honest motion. Stop the forfeiture. But it's going right now.
I will make a motion that we suspend the forfeiture in the event that the let me start over. If the staff is inclined to recommend a waiver and truly believes that a waiver should be issued, then I think we should suspend the forfeiture proceedings for a short period of time to allow the staff to justify their rationale. If the staff is no longer interested in going forward with a forfeiture, then it should go forward after that brief period of time for the staff to evaluate. But I do think if we do consider a waiver request that we should the staff should justify their position, and the forfeiture should be briefly suspended for them to provide such justification. That was a very lengthy and ill-formed motion.
Can you distill that motion into a couple sentences or so? To see whether you can find a second.
Well, how about this? How about, are we willing to direct staff to decide within 1 month whether they have any interest in further justifying their waiver recommendation? If they come back in a month and say no, then it should proceed. If they come back in a month and say yes, here's a further rationale, then we can consider it or not at that time. But what I worry about is that we've said no to we said no to the letter for different reasons, not all of which are on the merits.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. We have just voted against a waiver recommendation by the staff, as I understand it. That's what the letter was before us. We have said no. In effect, what Commissioner Herr is floating out there is a motion to reconsider. Well, did they have some other reasons that might change our mind? That's a motion to reconsider. Commissioner Herr voted against the motion. In order for a motion to reconsider to be appropriate, it would have to be made by one of us who voted for the motion. I'm not making it.
I don't think that's actually a legally accurate statement.
Under Robert's Rules of Order, we're being asked to reconsider whether or not we want to go with the staff wanting to waive this matter. They've asked us to waive it. We've said no, and now one of our members is saying, "Well, come up with some other reasons." That's a motion. That's a motion to reconsider.
I am absolutely not saying that. That is a complete mischaracterization of what I'm saying.
That's the way I hear it.
In any cases, go ahead.
I mean, my understanding of the sort of state of things is that, based on the first motion, there's no recommendation for the staff to send out the attached letter. I think it's a separate question what I heard Commissioner Herr move to do, which is simply to suspend the existing forfeiture proceeding or the forfeiture matter, and provide staff an opportunity, if it believes there's a basis, for articulating why the statute doesn't apply. I don't see those as, I don't see the second motion as a reconsideration of the first.
That's a mischaracterization of our first motion, that in regard to what we were doing is we're telling this, our first motion was, the motion that I made and that was voted upon was that we disapprove the staff's sending out the letter. Not that we don't recommend the staff to send out the letter. That's the way the city attorney characterized it, that we don't recommend it, that double negative that somehow we say, well, no, we're not going for it. We disapproved it. We said no to it. No waiver on the basis of the waiver request that you asked for. Now now someone's throwing around, well, maybe they can come up with something better. So let's see what they can do. That's totally inappropriate, Mr. Chair, under the rules relating to. We had a motion. The motion lost 4-1. Let's move on. Unless one of the people who voted for that motion wants it reconsidered, and I'm one of the people who voted for it, and I don't want it reconsidered.
What is the next step on the forfeiture letter that's gone out? And based upon the fact that we've voted that we don't want the waiver to be granted.
Okay, my understanding was that the vote was not to send that particular letter.
Right.
I don't think that the fact that the commission voted not to send that particular letter precludes the commission from moving to direct staff to more fully articulate a rationale for why the 4-year statute of limitations has not lapsed. So I think that it is an option to do what Commissioner Herr has proposed doing. It's also an option to not do anything at this point, and the state of things would be that the staff has not been authorized to send out that particular letter, but the ball remains in staff's court as to what to do next. Now, whether that's advisable is up to the commission.
I'm going to disagree. I'm sorry. Based on the vote that just took place, the forfeiture is going to be referred to BDR.
Is going to what?
That is going to be referred to BDR.
Right.
That's what's going to happen. That's how I'm reading that vote.
And so that as I understand what Commissioner Herr's motion would be, to not send it to BDR for 30 days with the staff, if it chooses, to submit for consideration a justification for the waiver, which would be put on the agenda next month. Now,
that is exactly my proposal. That we're not directing them to do it.
Exactly.
If they want to do it, they think it's appropriate, then they can. But if they do it, then they should have better justification.
And I don't think that motion is foreclosed. I don't think Commissioner Herr's motion is foreclosed by the vote on the first motion.
Do I have a second to Commissioner Herr's proposed motion?
I second that.
Public comment? No public comment. Call the vote. All those in favor of Commissioner Herr's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Vote is 4-1 in favor. So if the staff chooses, this will be on the calendar for a vote. All right, I believe that item 4, there's no need for. Item 5, discussion and possible action on a matter submitted under Chapter 3 of the Ethics Commission regulation for violation of the Sunshine Ordinance. Ethics complaint number 03-150127, hearing regarding alleged violation of the Sunshine Ordinance. The complainant, Paula Dadish, and Respondent Rebecca Krell, Art Commission Deputy Director. Is the complainant present?
Mr. Chair, I have to recuse myself from this because in going through the materials, there are complaints by two street artists, Bob and Bill Clark, which apparently bear on the matter. Well, they're in there. They're in there in any event. I represented them. They were my clients over 40 years ago. I represented street artists in regard to various matters. So in terms of the fact that they're in there, I think I want to recuse myself from it.
Has to be a motion.
How do the other commissioners feel? You grant this request to be recused? All right.
There's a motion.
All those in favor?
Somebody has to make a motion and second it.
Do we need public comment?
Yeah.
I'll make the motion.
Right.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any public comment on the recusal?
This is minor.
I just submitted those additional Sunshine complaints just to show a pattern of behavior. There was no real reason for me to put all those documents in there other than...
Ms. Dedish, this is just, Commissioner Keene is asked to be recused, to be excused because of his past connection. And all we're voting on now is whether we're going to let him do that.
The matter took place 40 years ago, he said. I don't believe he's had any communication with the clerk since that time.
I have, actually. I see them regularly.
Oh.
They're friends of mine.
Oh, that's not...
All right.
All right.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Carried 4-0. Commissioner Keene, you may step out.
I have to? Okay.
I guess sit down maybe.
Can I just sit in the back?
All right, Ms. Dedish, you want to make your presentation?
Hi, Commissioners. This complaint before you is a violation of Section 6727A, B, and D of the Sunshine Ordinance and Section 6255 of the California Public Records Act. Rebecca Krill did not cite a legal reason for withholding an email in a response to an IDR. In fact, in a phone conversation on January 6, 2015, she read the email in question over the phone and provided the name of the author, Wat So, who was a street artist in the stand next to mine. I didn't even know who it was. She explained to me who this person was. There was no request from Wat So to keep her identity confidential, nor was there a fear of retaliation cited in the email. There was no claim of prior harassment from Wat So. It was read to me, and this other street artist actually showed me the email. The background is on January 2nd, Howard Lazar did a 45-minute inspection of my stand on 4th and Market Street. I stood back and videotaped the incident from my phone, as I have a right to. It's a public sidewalk. Later the same day, I went to the San Francisco Arts Commission office. Krill came out and didn't want to look at the tape or make an appointment so that I could show it to her at a later time. It was a Friday, and she said she would talk to Lazar the following Monday and send me a follow-up email. She didn't send me any email, and on January 6th, I was able to get her on the phone, which is next to impossible. Krill read the email, gave the identity of the author, and when I asked who this Wat So was, I was told it was the stand next to mine. Her complaint was that she believed I photographed her stand. There was no fear of retaliation expressed, nor was there a request that the email remain private. I asked Krill to send me a copy of the email. She refused, and then I said I would send an IDR to ask for it, which is exactly what I did. Since Krill read the email over the phone, she revealed the identity of the author And under Section 6224 of the Sunshine Ordinance, the San Francisco Arts Commission is not a law enforcement entity and therefore must turn over the email. The fact that Krill stated that there was no such email further confuses the issue. Under Article 9, Section 1041 of the California Evidence Code, the San Francisco Arts Commission is not a law enforcement body, and the name of the informant was given to me by Krill on January 6th. Krill's response, which is included in your packet, was filed on April 21 at 8:11 a.m. That's a late filing. The deadline was April 20th at 5. In fact, that letter should not be considered at all, as what I was trying to show through the previous Sunshine complaints or orders is that Krill didn't appear in many Sunshine hearings, failed to notify the staff there beforehand that she was going on vacation, and in fact at a compliance hearing in December 2014, when 37 executive meeting minutes were somehow lost, there was no one representing the Arts Commission there. At a previous appeal hearing where my due process rights were denied in 2013, the San Francisco Arts Commission did not supply a response and submitted an appeal based on manifest injustice at the absolute last second and withdrew it. So the San Francisco Arts Commission has a long history of late responses and claims of city attorney advice, yet there is never a name of a deputy city attorney or a memo included in their packets or with their filings. Krill's response does not address the issue of this hearing. She seeks to provide somehow a broad overview of the street artist program, which is not the subject of the hearing today. She seeks to move it away from the heart of the Sunshine violation 6726. Rebecca Krill has never had Sunshine training and assumed the role of custodian of records only because Howard Lazares had too many orders of determination issued against him. In fact, it was the suggestion of the administrator, Victor Young, from the task force that she take on this role. And again, she's never assisted in any way in providing documents because she's never returned a phone call or responded to an email unless it's marked immediate disclosure request. Just as an additional thing in her letter, she states that the program director and the advisory committees members are out on the street every day. That's not true. I work for 6 weeks from Thanksgiving until December every day, and I did not see one out there. The lottery system, which is run every day, ensures space so that no fighting over space occurs, so it's not a competition on for viable space in competitive areas, as she suggests. There's no system within the Street Artists Program or the Arts Commission to register complaints on other street artists or supposed violations. You could send an email, but you never really much get a response. I've done many myself, so I find it difficult to believe that there was one email conversation exchange over me when I've sent many emails and never once got a response. With regard to the David Pilpel letter, again, that was a late filing. It was filed on April 21st, again, at about 11 a.m. The cutoff was April 20th. And as I've said, Member Pilpel is an active member of a task force, and there have been complaints filed on him because he comes here and represents himself as a private citizen, yet he gives facts and evidence gleaned from his time on the task force. In this letter, he cites wrong information. He provides misleading information. Again, I didn't file multiple IDRs on a given day. The San Francisco Arts Commission has never apologized for their action and repeats the same mistakes over and over again, even after orders have issued. He's been reprimanded by Chair Grant and Washburn several times for his bizarre behavior at meetings. I don't think his letter should be considered at all. The memo from DCA Buck Deventhal should not be considered because he's not the attorney of record. He's the managing attorney for the government team. He didn't cite Section 6726 of the Sunshine Ordinance, and he seeks to lead the focus of this hearing away from the Sunshine violation by providing other facts which have no relevance. Again, the Street Artists Program is not a law enforcement entity, and any decision that a street artist would make to testify at a public hearing against another street artist is a personal decision. Any type of retaliation would be on them. So the cite of the Good Government Guide doesn't apply. The California Government Code 627632, Deventhal states there are 500 statutes listed that would apply to confidentiality, but street artists' issues are not one of the 500 that are in that category. So in summary, the email in question, which is the subject of the hearing today, should be turned over to me. There was never a cite of any legal reasoning when Krill first said, we don't have an email relative to that, but then after the investigation made by staff, she admitted to having an email. So, it should have at least been turned over in some redacted form. And basically, I received a notice of warning based on this supposed eyewitness account. And it's my right, as is anybody's right, to receive the documents that they request. I believe that I should receive the email that
Thank you.
For.
Chair Keene, are we taking questions at the end, or?
I thought we did. Okay. Is Ms. Crowell present? You have 10 minutes to file a response.
Good evening, Commissioners and Director St. Croix. I'm Rebecca Krell, Deputy Director and CFO of the San Francisco Arts Commission. I submitted a letter in response to your report for your review, and I'm here to answer any questions about the issue that you have. Thank you.
Commissioner Hurd, do you?
There's a.
I mean,
the complainant has a rebuttal opportunity.
Well, but all she said was she had submitted a letter. Well, do you, Ms. Dadish, do you want to respond? She said that she submitted a letter, and I don't know if you want to make another 5-minute presentation.
The Street Artists Program is very separate from the other goings-on of the Arts Commission. I have been more or less discriminated against. False filings have been made on me for a number of years. As I noted in my responses, there have been consistent mistakes on the part of Howard Lazar. In fact, I was in criminal court for 2 years. I was accused of stalking some secretary who I don't know and never met. She didn't appear at trial. And she was mysteriously fired. I never got an explanation to that, except that the phones were rolling over. She was picking up Howard Lazar's phone when he was out of the office. Most recently, I went up there to renew a permit probably about 6 weeks ago, which is it's a very simple thing. It should take less than 5 minutes. You go, you ring a buzzer, you present a money order, they run it through a lamination machine, and you're out of there. But not with them. They didn't want to open the door. Howard Lazar claimed to have a restraining order on me. Actually, the office manager, Ann Trickey, ran down to the guard's desk at 25 Vanessa Avenue. I videotaped the incident as actually Pat Patterson of the Ethics Commission was coming into work, and she was screaming at her to call 911. I had to go up to the manager, who had to call down to that office to explain that there was no restraining order and you cannot prevent me from entering that office to conduct business. There's been a number of events like that, so-called stalking events that haven't taken place. And this response of Rebecca Krill, particularly around the issue of certain select street artists, I would suggest the Clarks, have a history of harassment, acrimony, and that type of thing. I suggest that's not true. We don't have a mechanism to be heard. And we have only 3 minutes at 6 street artist hearings a year. We are not given the documents that we request. We have to make IDRs. We have to follow up on them through Sunshine complaints. We are purposely slandered as a result for filing these complaints at public hearings, but also out on the street. Howard Lazar walks alone in the street, and he has a history of falsifying information. You see it in the Clark's complaint, which was a willful violation, where he altered or omitted audio tape of a public hearing. And here in this instance, I have a videotape of the incident. No one ever asked to see it. It was my right to video on a public sidewalk. I always do it to protect myself. And he's falsified an inspection logbook and issued a warning based on the fact of an eyewitness of an email that there is one that exists, and I know the identity of the person. I've seen it, but it has nothing to do with supposed interrupting the duties of a staff person. It's a concern that she thought I was videotaping her stand. So my comments are that it's a difficult position to be in because we pay for permits. We are not treated equitably, one stand to another, one street artist to another, because of this one individual doing these inspections alone in the street, writing down basically whatever he wants, calling somebody in for a hearing, letting the other one go with gross violations that have gone on for years. And it's a very hard situation to be in. I believe that I know that I never interrupted the duties of a staff person. I never blocked my stand while the guy was doing an inspection. In fact, I have a video to prove otherwise. And I believe that the reason why they don't want to turn over the email is because this email is not relevant to the notice of the warning that I got. There was no eyewitness because the event didn't take place. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Hurd?
I have some questions. First for Ms. Dadish. So, Ms. Dadish, are you testifying that Ms. Krell actually read the email to you that you want her to now turn over?
Yes. The event took place on a Friday. I went out of my way to go to the office. They never pick up the phone. It was about 5:30. I rang the buzzer, and she did come out. And I think I've never had real words with her. In fact, I've gone out of my way to meet with her twice in these past couple years to try and help the situation along, because these allegations of events that haven't happened are very stressful.
So can you just tell me exactly what happened? So you went into the office.
It was a Friday. She came out, she cracked the door a little bit, and she said, okay, I'll talk to Lazar. You'll get an email from me on Monday. No email came. I was able to get her on the phone on Tuesday. She read the email to me.
She told you this is the email that I'm talking about?
She read it to me.
Well, she read an email, but how do you know?
She told me this is the email. I said, who is Watso? Watso is the stand next to you. Okay, is that the end of the email? Yes, it is. Would you mind to please forward it to me? And she said she would not do it. And I said, okay, I'll make an IDR for this specific email. And that was it.
Do we have, I did not see the email as in our packet. We don't have it.
It's in the packet.
No, I'm sorry, not your email, but the email that we're trying to determine should be turned over or not.
Oh, no, it wasn't in the packet.
Yeah.
No.
That seems like an important thing for the commission to have in order to determine whether or not it should be turned over.
Let me ask these. We have the city attorney's letter, which disagrees with the staff's recommendation. As I read the letter, it seems like these agencies can refuse to produce anything. Just simply saying it's investigation or it's confidential, it reveals somebody, the complainant's name. Doesn't there have to be some review of the document to see whether it really does?
So let me just make a preliminary point, which is that there's a due process wall in place within the city attorney's office with respect to this matter. So I have not consulted with either Deputy City Attorney Delventhal, nor have I consulted with Deputy City Attorney Andrew Shen, who may have spoken with the staff about this. So if you want my opinion in the case, I'm prepared to offer some thoughts about the legal issues in this case, and I generally happen to agree with Deputy City Attorney Delventhal, but I want to make it clear that our office in a variety of matters has due process screens, and this is one of them.
But as I read it, I said, it seems to me it's carte blanche if a government agency doesn't want to produce a document, just simply says, oh, it's part of our investigation, or it reveals a complainant's name. Who reviews that?
Well, I suppose you're correct that our view is that, and my view is that, the informant identity privilege and the official information privilege, do in fact apply, and that the Sunshine Ordinance did not abrogate those privileges. So if city departments, in consultation with their deputy city attorney, reviews a particular request and feels as though the request is that certain documents or certain parts of documents fall within either of those privileges, then the documents would not be turned over. And I suppose that the requester could seek legal action if they felt that the refusal to disclose was improper. So there's recourse in that sense, but absolutely, the city attorneys or city departments, in conjunction with the city attorney's office, will advise that if for example, the identity of an informant, a whistleblower, for instance, if that information is called for in a particular request, then it will not be turned over because we feel those privileges do survive the Sunshine Ordinance.
But doesn't the responding agency have to be specific about why it isn't turning it over? Can't you use a general term, protecting an informant or I'm investigation? I mean, is that all they can do?
Well, the Sunshine Ordinance does require, a disclosure of a particular statutory provision,
right.
And here it seems that all that was said was confidentiality, and so we would concur with the staff's recommendation that when this document or when this email was not turned over, there should have been a more elaborate statement about the precise reason. I also feel that that's a separate question from whether there actually was a proper or improper refusal to turn over the email. And on the legal question of whether the informant identity privilege survives the Sunshine Ordinance, I can go into why we believe that's the case.
But, and I think following up on what Commissioner Herr said, in this case, in order for us to find that the refusal to produce it was proper, we need to see the email, don't we?
I mean, I think that I think it's possible to do an in-camera review to make that determination. So you're not precluded from doing that, but in terms of whether, generally speaking, the public is entitled to see this email before that type of determination had been made, the answer would be no.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Ernie, I have some questions for Ms. Krell, if that.
Sure.
Ms. Krell, did you read the email to Ms. Dadish?
No.
Do you recall her coming to speak to you about the issue?
No.
So you're denying that she even came to speak to you?
Correct.
What about the subsequent phone call? Did that happen, in your view?
I do remember a phone call, yes.
And what was said during the phone call?
I can't remember exactly what was said because it was months ago and we receive a lot of phone calls from Ms. Datesh, but I understand that she was agitated about an altercation that took place between her and our program director, Mr. Lazar, and she wanted to know if there were any emails that were from anyone who may have witnessed the event, the issue.
And what did you say in response?
I said that we did have an email from a witness.
What else did you say?
That's it.
What did she say in response to your statement?
I don't remember her saying anything.
Do you remember when the conversation occurred?
Early in January. I don't know the exact date.
Were you in the office?
Yes.
Do you know what time it was?
I don't remember the time.
Do you remember anything else about that conversation?
No.
Thank you.
Ms. Krall, so we've established that the email exists, because my line of questions are going to go down that it has. My questions don't make sense if an email does not exist. So
so I shared the email with the staff of the Ethics Commission during the course of their investigation.
Okay, so the email does exist. Ms. Krall, how soon after did you engage the city attorney, or what is the internal process? I wanted to hear a little bit more about that. When you get a request like this.
Sure. So I was responsible for responding to Sunshine requests temporarily while our information officer was on maternity leave. And so I was responding to all of the requests we receive and obviously trying to respond in a very timely manner. That is next business day, which doesn't obviously give us a lot of time to kind of investigate or consult in these issues. But in this particular instance, the program director, Lazar, has very extensive, meticulous records that he's kept of city attorney advice over the years because he's been managing the program since its inception over 40 years ago. And so he has these historic files of the advice over the years. And he's been relying on that advice for a very long time. And so in this instance, he supplied me with that particular language around that response. And unfortunately, I was not aware of the requirement to cite a specific code, to cite the code section that relates to the language, which obviously I am now.
I had one follow-up, Chair Rennie.
Thank you.
Sure.
So just so I'm clear, are you saying you never told her who sent the email?
Correct.
I didn't have anything more. I mean, it seems to me that the email would resolve the issue. If we could see the email, then we would know who was telling the truth.
It was the glaring omission. So when I read through the whole thing.
The documents related to this case are public documents, and if we put the email in there, that would have been...
Well, I know you can't put it in the public packet, but certainly I would think that we would want to review the email in question in camera.
Just to clarify, myself and another investigator reviewed the email on site at the Arts Commission. We did not remove it because the question was whether or not the Sunshine Ordinance even allowed them to have use this privilege. So if we put the email in your packet, it would become a public document. We did not see a way around that. And because there's a question of whether or not this document should be held confidential, we felt it best not to disclose it until you made a determination on whether or not the Sunshine Ordinance actually allows for the privilege to be applied. It may very well be applicable. However, we read the section in a way that we believe does not allow for it. So I understand why you would want to see the email. I don't see how it answers this question about whether she read it to her or not.
Well, she's described the email in pretty specific detail. If the email sounds like it's what it's described, then first of all, she already knows who the sender was, and she knows the content. So all the rationale of the city attorney we wouldn't even reach that because the identity privilege wouldn't apply because it's already known.
So just to be clear, that tonight is the very first time that anyone's disclosed that email was read out loud. So I did not know that either from the complainant or the respondent. So, I understand why, you think that the email should have been included tonight. However, we felt that the legal question needed to be answered before we submitted this document into a public record.
If I may just add, I included it in my letter, but I just wanted to reiterate because I think it's important. We did receive a follow-up written request by email from the informant expressly requesting that the email remain confidential, and this person expressed strong concern about the email being turned over or made public, and other information. She didn't want to be a witness. She didn't want to be included in any kind of investigation. She was very concerned.
Mr. Chadis, did you?
Firstly, I've never spoken to this Watso. This is a hat stand near 835 Market Street. The mother is from Hong Kong and doesn't speak English. She's very respectful of her space, and so the daughter, Watso, does speak English. I have never... I saw the email because the mother showed it to me. I asked for it. That was months ago. After that, I never had a conversation with him. How would this daughter somehow send a follow-up email expressly concerned that the first email remain private and that her identity not be revealed? How did that portion come about, except for the fact that Howard Lazar came out to the street, which shows in the video, and whispered something in her ear or told her about it? And that is one of the main problems. I also add to the fact that the email was read to me over the phone by Rebecca Krill. The fact that in the original IDR of January 20th, the response of Rebecca Krill, due to the necessity and our right to maintain confidentiality in the course of an investigation, we have no documents responsive to your request. No documents. Yet, she said later, when two investigators went to the Arts Commission offices, there was an email that was responsive to this. What's going on here with Ms. Krill and her records? We don't know. Clearly, in the original response, she did not cite any portion of any law, whether it be the Sunshine Ordinance, which she has no training in. Howard Lazar has never had any training. In 44 years in the Sunshine Ordinance, I find it difficult to believe that they just overlooked a legal site. Very difficult to believe. And then there's the allegation that I call constantly. That is not true, since they never pick up the phone. It cannot be true. None of this is. It's poor record keeping, which is why I put the previous orders of determination in your packet. That is a large part of why they get violated so much. Bad record keeping, bad sunshine logs, inability to note down, did this conversation take place? I don't recall. It could have been, maybe, I don't remember. She did read the email over the phone to me. How would I know the identity of the informant? None of this makes any sense. I'm telling you the truth. Bottom line, I have a videotape. She refused to see it. I got a notice of warning that I interrupted the duties of a staff person by blocking my stand during the course of an investigation, which did not happen. Then there was the claim of an eyewitness to the event. I've seen the email. It's not even relative to that event. And then suddenly an additional email from Watso asking that her identity remain private. It doesn't jive.
I think we've heard your argument.
Okay.
And as I understand it, the staff recommendation is based upon the way the staff interprets the language of 61.74, I think it is. It said 67.24I. That the sort of balancing test doesn't apply because it's that section. And the city attorney says, well, it's ambiguous, and they disagree with the staff, but basically she never cited the section, any section.
That's right.
Which she's required to do under the code. Anyway, any other public comment?
I would caution you about David Pilpel.
Yes.
I just want to make clear there's the two questions. There's one question of whether when the email was not turned over, whether there was a proper statement given about the basis for disclosure.
Right.
That's one question. And then the second question is whether she should have actually turned over the email. So those are two separate questions. And I'm happy to be heard on. It's really the second question that I have a different view from the staff.
Well, I didn't read the staff recommendation as saying it should be turned over.
Well,
they just said that it was a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance for failing to cite the section.
I think well, I'll let the staff speak for itself, but definitely you're right as to that part. Right. But then I think the staff reached the tentative conclusion that the informant identity privilege does not exist in San Francisco because it's abrogated by the Sunshine Ordinance. That is a conclusion with which the city attorney's office strongly disagrees. It would have sweeping implications. And so before the commission were to reach a decision about that question, I would just appreciate the opportunity to be heard.
All right.
May I?
Go ahead.
David Pilpel, again, I speak as an individual. I am not speaking as a member of or representing the task force. I am neither a complainant nor a respondent to this matter. I filed my letter on April 21st. I was not bound by the 5 business day requirement in Chapter 3 of the regs. Just to walk through the letter, I provided a paragraph summarizing my understanding of something about the relationship between the complainant and the respondent. You heard a little bit about that just now. I think they're They're both being kind to each other. There is a fair amount of acrimony between them historically and probably continuing. Second, I explained in my way why I believe this is problematic to hold this hearing before the Commission. I think it opens the door for a lot of other complaints to be heard here. I don't think that was what was countenanced. I note that the complainant did not bring this particular complaint to the task force, nor my understanding did the complainant seek through the city attorney's supervisor of records process a determination of whether the underlying email was public. I have a couple of paragraphs on the merits as to citing reasons for withholding and whether the underlying email should be public. I'll get back to that. The letter from the city attorney I generally concur with. I believe, and Josh will want to hear this, I believe that both 6724G and I do not preclude asserting either of the privileges under Evidence Code 1040 and 1041, that the 6255 balancing test was specifically not excluded from use in the city, but I don't believe that asserting 1040 or 1041 are the same balancing test or a similar balancing test. Coming back to what we heard tonight was the first time that I heard or read the complainant allege that the email was read. I would have to think further as to whether divulging the identity and the content of the email would waive any privilege that the respondent might assert. I don't know, and I think that's where Commissioner was going, but I don't know the answer to that, and I need to think of that in the context of 1040 and 1041 and the responsibilities of the parties. In summary, I think to the extent that there is a violation here, it's a violation of 67.27A. It's a non-willful violation for failure to cite the applicable code section or other authority for a withholding, and I think on balance and it's not a 6255 balance, but on balance that withholding was justified by either Evidence Code section 1040 or 1041. If you have any questions, I'm here. Otherwise, thank you.
In your packet, there's no page number on the bottom, but it's an additional email I sent to Rebecca Curl on January 16th at 4:05 p.m., an IDR. I request all emails regarding an inspection Howard Lazar made on Market Street between 4th and 5th Street on Friday, January 2nd, 2015. You said you would send the email to me on January 5th after speaking with Howard Lazar. You did not. When I was able to get you on the phone today, you cited the email that was sent, cited the name of the sender, and you said that it was forwarded to you by Howard Lazar. You read it to me. I request a copy of that email. I'm making this request pursuant to the Sunshine Ordinance. It's there in your packet.
We have that.
There are two emails that I sent on 2 different days.
Commissioner Andrews?
Mr. Chair, I only wanted to, Ms. Crowell, if you don't mind to just come back, I guess it's more a comment on your practice, past practice and practice going forward. So you had mentioned that that the department goes through past requests and matches them against ongoing investigations to help guide you in what your appropriate response would be. Did you in the past cite the specific ordinance or the exemption that would apply for any other requests that unfortunately you would not be able to honor? Is there a history of you being more specific with your response?
Well, again, as I stated earlier, I was responsible for responding to the public information request only temporarily while our public information officer was out on maternity leave. So it's a pretty short window of time. As a general practice, we do not withhold documents. I may say it's unusual for us to withhold documents, but I would have to look back at all of our records and see how often that issue arises for us.
So you didn't actually look through the actual response itself.
all of our prior responses?
Prior responses to
no,
see?
I have not.
Okay.
Motion?
I think Mr. Minardi wanted to say something.
Jesse Minardi, Deputy Director. I just want to clarify at least my understanding of sort of how this got here and maybe answer some of Commissioner Hurst's concerns. So the staff did an investigation. During that investigation, staff reviewed the email, concluded that, in fact, it was given to the Arts Commission in confidence, and concluded that also that if it had been turned over, it would disclose necessarily, by virtue of sort of how it was written, the identity of the person who submitted it. Because generally these are held in open session, we thought that factual representation of the staff's analysis would be sufficient for the commissioners. If that's not correct, then obviously we can come back and we can address that issue. But that was the determination done by staff. And once that would...
And I would just agree that the commission can accept that factual representation, that it's not a requirement that you see the document. It's certainly within your authority to accept that factual representation from staff.
Right. And so in staff, in doing its analysis, sort of determined that given and given the assertion by the Arts Commission that they're relying on this privilege, went to analyze, as we thought was appropriate, the privilege itself, which is how we came to this conclusion, which was, and we think it's a very difficult issue, and we would say that, we tried to make clear in the analysis that we don't think there's a clear answer, quite frankly, and that, if we had to come to a determination, we gave you our recommendation. We actually appreciate the fact, I don't know whether it was called for by the City Attorney's Office submitting that letter, but we appreciate that because we think it will help you to be more informed in your decision making. But we do see that as primarily not a factual issue, but really a legal issue. And to the extent you disagree, then obviously...
I'm not sure how it could not be a factual issue, Mr. Minardi. How could 1040 come into play if the complainant knows the identity and the content of the email in question?
Well, one thing I would say is that my understanding is the first time we're hearing about that is tonight.
Okay, well,
yeah.
Be that as it may, that is a factual
yeah,
issue, right? If she knows, and that's what the email is about, then I found the city attorney's analysis helpful, but we don't even get there, in my view. So I think we need to see the email. It does seem that there's clearly a violation of 6727A. That doesn't even really seem disputed. But for whether the email should be turned over, I think we need to see it. Now, I guess it doesn't seem prudent to me that we sort of adjudicate in advance whether, if it's not from Watso, whether we then go through this further analysis. It seems that the complainant is pretty convinced that's the email, and if it's not, then I think she would agree that would be a fairly big credibility hit for her, just as it would be for Ms. Krell if it turns out that this email is from Watso.
Well, I would certainly agree that to the extent it was already turned over, that would definitely bear on this issue, and would reiterate, that this is the first time we're hearing about this, at least as far as I know. Is that right? Yeah. So yeah.
I would, concur that if there has actually, been a waiver essentially by the Arts Commission of the contents of the email, then that would sort of moot the legal question of whether, in fact, there is an official information and informant identity privilege in San Francisco.
The only issue is that whether you could get to that, certainly, as to whether the document has to be turned over at this point, but it wouldn't necessarily speak as to whether there was a violation in the first place because there's an issue of timing. Because the one thing we don't know is when, to the extent this is the complainant has been identified, it's possible that the complainant was identified after in fact, the request was made for the document to be turned over in the first place. So,
But I don't see how that matters, because if she knows it now and that's who it is, I mean, the whole benefit of 1040 has been lost. And so it strikes me as very difficult for an entity to claim privilege over a document that they've revealed the contents of to the person they're trying to withhold it from.
Well, I guess it depends on how it turns out. If, in fact, Ms. Ditesh did learn of the identity at some point in the future, I mean, that may bear on the question of waiver. I don't think it bears on the question of whether it was improper at the time the request was made to actually turn over the email.
Mr. Andrews?
Does that make sense? Okay.
Right, because Ms. Ditesh, you actually acquired the email from the mother of the.
I learned the identity of the informant. The incident happened on January 2nd, which was a Friday. I went up to their offices. I was told on Monday from Carell that I would get an email. So when I called her on Tuesday morning about 10:30, I was lucky to get her on the phone. She never returns calls and never answers emails unless they're IDRs. She read the email to me. This is from WET. So she read it in its entirety, and I said, okay, can you please send it to me? No, I'm not. Why? I'm not sending it. Okay, then I'll make an IDR for this email. I'm still not sending it. So I learned the identity. The incident happened on the 2nd. I learned the identity of the informant on the 6th. On the 7th, I politely, they sit behind this hat stand. It's windy, so they're encased in plastic, and they're quite pleasant people. So I've known the mother for years, respectful of her space and so, but she doesn't speak English. So I asked her quite politely, do you know anything about an email? She showed it to me. It was from her daughter. One email. The claim that there was a subsequent email where the daughter, Watso, requested confidentiality, fear of retaliation, prior harassment, didn't exist at that time. This was a subsequent email that was sent afterwards.
I understand that. So I just want to make sure. But you don't actually, in any kind of electronic form or in hard copy, have this email. You read it.
I read it on her phone.
Through another source,
yeah,
which was the informant or a relative of the informant.
Yeah.
And you saw that. And you didn't request. I may have misheard that. I thought you requested that she send it to you, or that you.
The mother didn't know how to do it, but I did.
And did you request that she send it to you?
She doesn't speak English. She's from Hong Kong. The daughter, I didn't want to upset her. I didn't want to engage in something that would cause her something, because that stand has an enormous amount of violations on it. They're not ones to step up in a public forum and complain about another stand, because they're a glaring violation.
Thank you.
So no, I never received it, not even in its redacted form.
Hear a motion by any minute as to how we should proceed?
Can we look at it in camera? Is that possible to do?
Legally? I mean,
procedurally, that's.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't think the bylaws, include that as an option. Are you aware of the bylaws including that as an option?
The bylaws or the regulations, quite frankly. I mean,
could I speak to this question, actually? It's at the discretion of the Commission. Yes? So, David Pilpel again. In my experience, both on and not on the task force often has to deal with this question of an asserted privilege by a department, and has never been told that it has the opportunity to review a document in camera. This is the first time I've heard from Josh or any other city attorney that you have that ability. I find nothing in the charter, in your authority, or in the ordinance that provides for any kind of in-camera review, and I would contrast that with the Public Records Act or the Brown Act, which has specific provisions about in-camera review by a judge under certain circumstances. So this is all new. I think you really can only take the staff's word on this, and that your determination can't bear directly on review of a document, because I don't think you have the ability to do that. I wish you did. I wish we did. I wish, there were a way to do that. I don't think there is under the current law. Thank you very much.
If we could maybe take a couple-minute break, I could consult with one of my colleagues and see what the answer is, or and get back to the commission.
To me, that would be helpful in adjudicating this matter.
But as I understand it, the staff said that they reviewed it and it properly was withheld. Is that correct?
They're recommending that it be produced.
Well, but I think what the staff is saying is that if this informant identity privilege exists in San Francisco, right, then it was properly withheld.
Right.
The staff is saying, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, that they don't believe that the privilege,
right,
does apply. So, as I said before, I think that the commission could accept as true the staff's representation that if the privilege exists in San Francisco, then the document was properly withheld by the Arts Commission. I think that would be a way of avoiding this question.
The question we have is the legal question is whether or not the staff is right,
That's right,
in its interpretation of the law.
Perhaps, but I don't think we have to reach that, because let's say the staff is wrong and the city attorney is right, and this was properly withheld under 1040, Evidence Code 1040.
Right.
Well, I think that opinion would change if they knew that the information was disclosed to the recipient prior to the request being made. So you wouldn't even get to the issue of whether 1040 applies.
But for purposes of what we're dealing with here is whether or not there's a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance. And she didn't comply with setting forth the basis for which she refused to produce it.
I think we agree on that, but they have two violations. In the recommendation, they say that Ms. Krell and the Arts Commission committed a non-willful violation of Ordinance Section 6727A by failing to provide the required justification for the withholding of a public record, and two, Ms. Krell and or the Arts Commission committed a non-willful violation of 6721B by withholding a public record. And to me, B is right for different reasons, having nothing to do with this policy question of what legal standard applies if Ms. Dadish was provided the information before she made the request.
Right.
And I would concur legally that it's true that if the request was made, the email wasn't turned over, and then the next day the Arts Commission reads the email to Ms. Dadish, then this would be a very different case than if the Arts Commission had not provided that information to Ms. Dadish.
I would just add that it seems to me that folks can correct me if I'm wrong, but there is a discrepancy between testimony of the parties here as to when that information was conveyed, if at all, to the complainant. And that is a determination as to that the commission should make.
Is that true? What's the discrepancy?
The discrepancy
I thought she said she never told her.
Well, there was a Friday call that Ms. Dadish remembers. There was a subsequent call that Ms. Krell remembers, but there seems to be two conversations that you had around this particular issue.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Where
the first conversation was happening.
Okay. If the timeline goes like this. January 2nd was this 45 minutes long-winded, bizarre inspection. Videotape. I pack up around 5 o'clock, go up to the Arts Commission offices, ring the buzzer. Friday, about 5 o'clock, the 2nd of January. Krill cracks open the door, doesn't want to see the video, doesn't want to make an appointment to view the video, but tells me she'll talk to Lazar. The following Monday, I will get an email. Fine, thank you very much. No email the following Monday. So we're going into Tuesday, which is the 6th. Around 10 a.m., I was lucky to get her on the phone. Impossible to get anyone in the Arts Commission offices on the phone. They don't return phone calls or emails. Everything is screened. She read the email to me, provided me the name of the person. I said, who is Watso? Watso is the stand next to yours. That's the daughter. She claims that you photographed her stand. No, I didn't. Can you send me that email? No, I'm not going to send it to you. Okay, then I will send an IDR to you asking for that email. I am not going to send it to you. She provided the identity. She read me the email. And then we find out from an investigation done through the Ethics Commission, there were actually 2 emails from Watso, with a second one saying, fear of retaliation, I don't want my identity revealed. When Rebecca Krill stood up here, she did not remember me going to the office Friday the 2nd. She did not recall that she was going to talk to Lazar and send me an email on the 5th. She couldn't even recall if there was a phone call from me on the 6th. She just generically said, there are a lot of phone calls from Ms. Dadish. There cannot be, since nobody there picks up the phone. So she could not provide any information at all. So it's not a discrepancy in testimony. She read me the email over the phone. And this is something that the Arts Commission very often does, as in the Clark's complaints.
I think we've heard all of this, and the Ms. Carroll denies that conversation. So there's a factual
dispute. She doesn't remember it. Yeah.
Right, but I'm sorry. I thought there was some. I thought there was some assertion that she told her at a different time.
No.
So
but she did have a conversation. In your line of inquiry, I thought there was a conversation that Ms. Krell had with Ms. Dadish subsequent to that. Do you remember wasn't there a subsequent conversation that you had at a later time?
No, because she never picks up the phone.
You've never had any conversation at any time?
Okay. So to be clear, I mean, I think that the Commission can make a credibility determination here about whether, in fact, that conversation took place.
And we would need the document to make that a determination, I think.
And this is a she said situation. I have no idea what the truth is.
Well, I guess I don't know why seeing the email would necessarily establish whether the conversation was true or not true, it happened or didn't happen. I mean, it sounds like Ms. Dadish said that at a later date she had a conversation with who she claimed to be the complainant's relative, who let her see the contents of the email. So even if Ms. Dadish actually is correct in her description of what the email says,
you don't think that's relevant to determining whether she's telling the truth or not? I mean, it's not dispositive necessarily. Arguably, you could come up with a reason why it's not dispositive, but I mean, that would be really relevant to me.
I don't disagree with you that it may be relevant. I don't think it's dispositive if Ms. Dadish is saying that she basically had 2 opportunities to know the contents of the email. One was when she claims that Ms. Krell read it to her, and the second was when she claims I
understand what you're saying, but regardless, the document would be turned over now. Whether it was a violation then or now, I mean, she should get the document if what she's representing the email to be is accurate. Because if she knows the contents and she knows the recipient, there can be no privilege that would prevent its disclosure.
I mean, I suppose that if I don't know. I mean, actually, if the complainant's relative were to show Ms. Dadish the email, I don't know that. I guess I don't know why that therefore obligates the city to then
because the basis is to protect the identity of the informant, and if she knows the identity of the informant and she knows the contents of the email, that no longer justifies the basis for withholding.
Well, I guess the city would be confirming. I mean, assuming everything she's saying is true, the city would be. If Ms. Dadish comes to the city and says, "I believe that I know what's in this email because I heard it,"
I don't know that I have to have an argument with you about this.
Okay.
I just wanted to get clarification on what conversation, Ms. Farrell, you described earlier when you were doing your presentation, a conversation that you had in dialogue form. Was that not a conversation that you had with Ms. Dadish?
So thanks for the question. Just to clarify, I have had many, many, many conversations with Ms. Dadish since beginning work at the Arts Commission. There was only one phone conversation that I recall on this issue. I did not reveal the identity of the sender, and I did not read the content of the email. Obviously, if I had, there'd be no reason to withhold the email, of course. I do not know if anybody else shared, if somebody else has the email and shared that with Ms. Dadish. That I don't know.
But no one in your department also
correct.
Doesn't have this email. You only have it.
No, it was not sent to me. It was sent to our program director.
And if I could just jump in one more time, I've conferred with a colleague, and we do agree that the commission does have the option to review the email in camera privately. That would, I think, have to occur in a closed session at the next meeting, so the commission could put this over. So there's nothing, even though there's nothing explicitly in the regs about it, I think because it sounds like it's important to your determination of this question, then the commission would have to have the authority to do that.
Okay. If the commission disagrees about this, but to me it does seem very clear that if she knows who it is and she knows the contents, that there would be no basis to withhold it.
I guess, just to repeat, my only feeling would be that if a person comes to the city and says, "Hey, I think I know the identity of the complainant."
But it's not just the identity. She recited the contents of the communication.
I guess I still feel that the city doesn't have an obligation to then confirm. It's not.
But they have an obligation to prove that the withholding is justified, and if you're relying on the informant's privilege. I don't know.
I think that the complainant, whoever that was, could certainly waive the privilege. I don't know that if a requester, takes it upon him or herself to try to discover the identity of a complainant, that the city then has to, corroborate or not corroborate, who that person is by having to disclose the document. It sounds like we might disagree, but
this will clear it up. This is an email again that was sent on January 16th, a different email IDR from the one I just read you. I request all emails regarding an inspection Howard Lazara made on Friday, January 2nd, 2015. You said you would send me the email after speaking with Lazar. You did not. When I was able to get you on the phone, you cited the email that was sent, cited the author, and said you would forward it to me. I request a copy of the email. I'm making this request pursuant to the Sunshine Ordinance. This was the second one that I made, which proves that there was a phone conversation between me and Krill, that the identity was revealed to me, the email was read to me, and then sometime later, it could have been on the 15th, I got this 18-page document saying that it was a notice of warning that I interrupted the duties of a staff person during an inspection. I didn't see any evidence of it, and I'm suggesting that if I had a copy of this email, it would refute this notice of warning, because there's no evidence of that either. There was a phone conversation, and it was revealed to me. And the reason why they don't pick up the phone and why everything is done by email is on the advice of the city attorney, to leave a paper trail.
Mr. Chair, I'm not an attorney, but I was wondering if somehow inadvertently privilege is waived, is there a distinction between an inadvertent privilege being waived within the department at the department's hand, compared to the informant ultimately identity being made known to the complainant that wasn't at the hands of the department, in which case that to me would be the determiner of whether the city would uphold privilege or not. Was the city at fault for identifying the informant? But if the city really didn't, then it seems like they could stand strong on the fact that they would continue to uphold privilege. Because many people talk to many people, and all of a sudden you find out, who the informant is. But does that then absolve us of our responsibility for? I guess that's where I'm struck.
Yeah, I mean, the answer is if the city disclosed to Ms. Dadish or to someone else, hey, this is what the email says, and this is the identity of the complainant, then to the extent that the privilege exists, that would be a waiver of the privilege. But if a person is seeking to know who the complainant is and just looks all over and pounds the pavement and is somehow able to learn who the complainant is, that doesn't mean that the city has violated the Sunshine Ordinance by failing to disclose the name of the complainant.
But I think it would make it very difficult for the Arts Commission to subsequently say you can't have this document because of the informer's privilege. So the timing is relevant to whether the violation occurred, but I think it's a really tough argument to say that if she knows the identity and the contents now, that they wouldn't have to turn it over if she asked for it. And I guess there are arguments to the contrary, but pretty challenging if it's the relative of the person who.
Point of order, Member Pilpel, or is that under public comment on this matter?
You don't need anything else? All right, thanks.
You want, in view of the fact that the staff said they weren't aware of these facts at the time they made their recommendation, do you want to send it back to them to see whether or not that changes their recommendation?
Well, they're recommending that we find a violation on both. So if it, and their rationale is because the evidence code doesn't apply.
Because the exemptions don't apply.
The exemptions could apply. The evidence code is applicable, but it does not, it's precluded by Section 6724. Right. So, sure, we could send it back.
Either that, or we can vote to either uphold it or reject it, but we've got to, let's get off the dime.
So I'll make a motion that we find a violation of 6727A for failing to provide the required justification for the withholding of a public record. I move that we defer the issue of whether they violated 6721B by withholding a public record for the staff to reconsider in light of the evidence presented here, and that they make provisions for us to review the document in question in camera.
You say second. Seconded. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried 4-0.
Just to clarify, was that a non-willful or a willful violation? No. Non-willful.
Yeah. Non-willful.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Right.
Which number? 6727A?
So 6727A, we found a violation for failing to provide the required justification for the withholding of a public record, a non-willful violation.
Right.
We're deferring 6721B about whether they should have turned the document over to further analysis in light of the new evidence that was provided today and our ability to actually look at the document.
Okay, so it's going to be put over?
It's going to be put over. That second part is put over.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, turning to item 6, discussion and possible action on beginning a recruitment process. Executive Director John St. Croix has tendered his resignation and will be leaving his post on August 27, 2015. The Commission will discuss the search for a replacement. A representative of the Department of Human Resources will be present to advise the Commission. And before you introduce yourself, and we thank you for being here and being so patient. I probably should have moved this to further up, but I first want to express my regret that the letter has been submitted, and to thank John St. Croix for all the years of work in a job which is certainly not an easy job. And hopefully between now and August we will have a more appropriate time to give our thanks for your public service. But with that,
Commissioners and Director, my name is Brent Lewis. I'm the Director of Finance for the Department of Human Resources. I also manage contracts for the department. I'm here today to answer any questions you may have about the recruitment or the executive recruitment process. DHR has established an executive search pre-qualified consultant pool that is good for another year until May 2016. And so essentially, DHR plays a supporting role, but we would recommend that the Ethics Commission, through DHR, we would create a contract with an executive recruiter, of which we have 6 recruiters that are compliant.
What's been done in the past insofar as these prior executive directors before Mr. St. Croix, and what was done to get Mr. St. Croix?
Well, I wasn't with the DHR at the time, so I don't have that knowledge that far back. However, recently, within the last year or two, DHR has assisted a couple of commissions and other departments with their executive recruitment, and all of those have been through an executive recruiter, an external executive recruiter.
Commissioner Hurd.
Thank you for being with us and for your patience. This job, the executive director's job, seems to be a bit of a lightning rod in this city. And there are lots of constituencies that are interested in ethics. Certainly the regulated community, Friends of Ethics, I see Larry Bush here, and others have been here often and have a lot of great input, and many members of the public. What can we do to? I mean, certainly we can't involve everybody in the process, but what can we do to make the process inclusive enough so that we feel confident that we have someone that has a good amount of community buy-in?
Sure. Well, I'm not a recruitment manager. However, depending on the level of an executive recruiter can perform the services in 2 ways. There's a partial recruitment, which is a little bit less of an active recruitment, and then a full recruitment where they run the entire recruitment process. And so they do a lot of the external outreach. They have search or databases that they can, and a network of candidates, potential candidates that they can reach out nationwide. Doesn't have to be, it could be California or statewide, I should say, or nationwide. But first and foremost, that recruiter would work with the Ethics Commission. We would recommend that the Ethics Commission select a ad hoc, smaller committee that recruiter can work with directly. And they can do all of the research and advertisement necessary to make that process as widespread as possible.
I could just throw one thing in too, is the commission is certainly free to have an agenda item at a future meeting where the commission solicits public input about the next executive director.
You have an estimate of the costs of a outside recruiting service?
Yes. So the partial recruitment, which I can list some of the responsibilities, ranges from about $15,000 to $20,000. The full recruitment is about $30,000 to $40,000 in that range.
And what's the distinction between partial and full again? I don't know whether I heard it earlier. If I heard it earlier, excuse me.
I didn't. So the let's see. So the partial They create a brochure design, working with the commission, the outreach to candidates, initial screening. The commission does the final selection and vetting of the candidates. The recruiter will interview members of the commission to obtain a detailed understanding of the position, key goals, challenges, advertisements, screening interviews, vetting. And then the full recruitment is basically that and much more: screening candidates, initial and follow-up personnel interviews, detailed reference checks. They prepare the final list of candidates and conduct a briefing for the commission in closed session to review, discuss the strengths and limitations of each candidate. The consultant would develop the final interview assessment process with the commission for selection of the finalist, and the consultant would contact, schedule, and coordinate all of the candidates. They would also conduct background checks of all the finalists, assist the commission with negotiating terms and conditions of the employment.
The attached to the letter of resignation was a exempt employment opportunity and then a executive director ethics commission. Do you know who that was prepared by? I mean, this is back in 2004.
I do not, but I can follow up and find
Do you
out.
have any idea what the level of salary would be?
I don't. I would presume that it would probably be a high-level manager, MEA level position, probably maybe an 0931 at some point, but I don't have that information specifically.
Mr. Chair. So I wanted to hear a little bit more, if you don't mind, on the, we were talking about the fees for full service for executive search. Is that is that generally based on the salary, the range of the salary? Do you go by a percentage of the base salary in terms of the...
For the cost of the recruiter?
Cost of the recruiter?
No, it's just based on the staff time of the recruiter, their rate, and the number of hours that they put in to perform these services.
I see.
Anybody have any other questions? All right, well, thank you very much.
Sorry, Chair Rennie. So when would we have to decide to give us a good chance of getting someone in place?
That's completely up to the commission. DHR is available to support you in any way possible. I can be your point of contact, so I can reach out to the commission, to the director, to follow up and see how you want to proceed.
When you say the point of contact, what would you envision the HR department would be doing?
So, for instance, my role has been as contracts manager, so I would work with the commission to develop the scope of the contract, using past contracts as a template for prior commission executive recruitment. And then I would actually manage the contracting process with the Ethics Commission, and then once an executive recruiter was chosen through an informal selection process, then I would hand that over to the recruiter to work directly with the Commission.
Suppose that a executive recruiter isn't hired, that the Commission decides to do it itself without spending $35,000. What would be the assistance in your role with the HR department?
Well, we could offer expertise in the recruitment. However, based on the experience that the DHR has had with other departments, most recently in commissions, we have been very successful in finding highly qualified candidates.
Question for the staff. If we were going to have a committee, I'd have to be of one or two, right, to work on this?
This is probably a good opportunity for me to say that I am going to actually leave the dais for the remainder of your discussion, as I frankly intend to apply for the position. I want to be clear that I'm not participating in the decision-making process or attempting to influence it in any way. So you can direct it to Jack.
It would have to be a committee of one or two if we were to have a committee, is that
Yeah, obviously DHR doesn't recommend it, but the commission could advertise a position, conduct the interviews, and make its selection on its own using advice of DHR and the city attorney to make sure that there are no legal pitfalls hit in that, either the commissioners or the chair could appoint a couple of members to review resumes, to develop a finalist pool, and then schedule interviews in closed session. We don't know why DHR didn't handle this recruitment process last time. It was the city administrator's office, and they don't remember why either, and they don't want to do it again. I'm the third executive director, so I'm not really sure how they found the first one. For the second one, I think that the commission did do it itself. I don't have a lot of records on this. But ultimately, somebody's going to have to winnow down all the applications to a manageable pool of finalists that the entire commission would then interview, and then make decisions based on those.
Is that something we'd have to agendize? The
interviews, yes.
Not the interviews, but the committee. Creating the
no,
committee.
I don't think so.
The chair
the
could
bylaws
just
provide that the chair can appoint committees, which I would propose to do if we're going to do it. I think even if we were going to use a recruiter, I think you'd want to have a small committee being the liaison between the recruitment effort and what's coming in. I don't know where we find $35,000, and I thought in today's electronic world, getting the message out does not strike me as a very difficult task.
Just as a reminder, there's a couple ranges. So there was the larger, full service sort of responsibility of the recruiter from 30 to 40, but it can go as low as about 15. So they still do a lot of work. They do a lot of the groundwork. There's just when it gets to the selection of the candidates, that would maybe be performed by the commission, but a recruiter can still be an asset in that process.
And I think it's possible that if we needed to find $15,000, we might be able to do it. We'd have to transfer funds from probably the salary account. I'll have to talk to the mayor's office about that, but I can look into that if you'd like.
Commissioner Keene?
Yeah, my feeling is this is probably one of the most important things we're going to do. So I don't think we should chintz on the money aspect of it. I know we're talking $40,000 is a good amount, but I would see even if it's $40,000, I would see that as well spent in terms of doing a really good job on doing a nationwide search, getting a lot of good candidates, having them vetted, and put forth to us for our review, rather than us just trying to wing it as a hiring committee. I don't think that's the way to do it.
Well, at the end of the day, you're going to have to do it.
Well, yeah, but
once they get it down to 5 or so.
It's a long day until you get it down to 5,
right?
Because you're going to have a mountain that you're going to have to dig through if we really want to go to find good candidates. I agree with you. At the end of the day, we're going to be a hiring committee, but I don't want to start the process in terms of standing there on Market Street saying anybody want a job,
I don't think that would be.
No, I didn't.
Be what they would do. I think it would be a matter of in the ethics community, it would be fairly broadly.
That's probably
by the
true.
internet. That's the question
true.
I have is that the executive search organization, in a way, going countrywide, will do it the same way we would do it.
Could be.
I suppose, but I agree. No,
Could be.
it would certainly be if we thought the $35,000 was not an obstacle. But I just don't know
I don't think it should be for an important position like this and to such a critical commission. And I mean, I don't want to throw the city's money away. I mean,
we are a relatively small commission. Are there any comparable commissions in the city where there have been hiring of an outside search firm for an executive director?
Yes, there was a commission that probably was about the same size, maybe even smaller, and they opted for the $15,000 executive recruitment service.
What commission was that?
Civil Service.
What, I'm sorry?
Civil Service Commission.
Oh, Civil Service.
So we can, there's a process, right, for an analysis of your approved budget to look for salary savings, and we can use within that line item any salary. It's mid-year, right? So there, you believe that you've had some salary savings?
Well, we have had a position vacant for a short period of time, and we kind of redirected some of that money, but it may be that because it's still vacant, we'll accrue a little bit more before the end of the fiscal year.
Yeah, those are the only considerations I had, which are whatever our salary savings are within our fiscal year, and whatever we had planned in terms of the staffing level that we had all agreed was going to go into fiscal year end 16, that we would be able to meet those obligations as well, and that they didn't undercut our larger effort of being staffed up and ready to go moving forward. But I suspect with the size organization that it is and the size of staff, we always have turnover, and I can't imagine there isn't some salary savings.
Well, we've taken everything we have in non-salary accounts that hasn't been spent and directed that toward the translation services, but that's only the first group of 3. So we were looking at maybe any salary savings we had to going toward additional translation services, but at the same time, we've also asked for a supplemental in the next fiscal year to complete that. So instead of using it for the language services, we could try to redirect it.
And that's sitting in the mayor's office right now, that request for 16?
There's a big pile of money in the mayor's office. Well, no,
I mean,
there are
many requests are sitting in the mayor's office.
We would have to get approval from DHR and the controller in the mayor's office to do that.
But the supplemental that you're speaking of is specifically to address translation services.
Right.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And it's at the mayor's office.
It would seem that this would be the kind of thing that would be very appropriate for a supplemental in terms of requesting it. It's something that's not part of the usual process, something that has occurred, that there's a need for it, that just took place with the resignation of the executive director, and that a pitch should be made to the mayor's office and to the board just for a supplemental to cover this. This is what supplementals are for something like this that comes along during the year. That.
Do you have any idea how long, if we submitted an application for a supplemental to cover the costs, do you have any idea how long it'd be before we would get either yay or nay?
A month or 2.
Follows the city budget process.
And during that, say, month or so, we could be getting a exempt employment type document prepared which describes the job and the pay and all that?
Yeah.
And that's what you would help us with?
Absolutely.
So that we could, if we get turned down, is there any reason why we can't make it public that the position is open?
I think it is public.
That we're searching?
Yeah, we could. We could do outreach.
Pardon me?
I think we have the fact that.
No, but I mean.
Oh, the search.
Sending out the electronic messages that there's an opening and we welcome applications.
Any problem with that from HR?
No, you can do that at any time that you're ready.
Let's do it.
Well, I thought in terms of process, right? Were we considering having a public meeting to hearing from interested parties? So we would be taking that information to the degree that there's some relevance, and I can't imagine there wouldn't be, incorporating it into a job description that we have as a baseline, that then you could almost concurrently have this process going on, which is that then three things going on. That public posting there. If we agreed that we were going to move forward with a partial, the $15,000, let's say the $15,000 package of an executive search firm, and also then, and the whole supplemental thing, here's what I would say. I would only feel good about moving forward with that if we knew that, generally speaking, we had $15,000 already that we could move around. I think we should request it anyway. But if indeed there were already cost savings in salaries or whatever your current approved budget is that are there that we could start to draw from, I would strongly support that. But to wait specifically on the supplemental, which is going to take the city budget process, which gets you all the way until like July the 31st, it just drags it out a little far. Because the mayor puts it out May the 31st, June 1st. The boards choose on it for a while, all through June, with July 1st, obviously.
Well, that's the regular budget process.
Well, that's where you would be.
Supplemental's not part of the regular budget process. Supplemental's something that the board would just consider at any particular time.
I completely agree, and I think at least in the public meetings that I've been in with the Board of Supervisors, we would be needing to make a very good case because they're looking to address particular issues within the defined city budget process, meaning other equally as meaningful requests for supplementals have been out throughout the fiscal year and not necessarily succeeded. But it's worth giving it. I certainly think it's worth moving forward.
If we didn't get the money, how would we propose to do the search and hire a new executive director?
Well, hopefully we could at least find the 15,000 and go forward with that. I mean, I think Commissioner Keene raises a good point. I mean, we want to get this right, and we all have lots of other things going on, so I think having some help would be a good idea at whatever level we can afford.
But the word is out, and I think that some kind of announcement on our website, as well as on I mean, we have a Facebook page, and I think that we should do something there. And then you know what all the different groups are that are involved in government or anything, the ethics groups across the country. All of them should be receiving an email at the very least until we figure out what we're doing with or without a recruiting company.
And I think what we would do is put it on an agenda for next month for public input as an item to get as many interested people coming in to say what they think, who we should be looking for or what we should be looking for.
Okay. Mr. Chair, just one last point to underscore why I think we should, and I support Commissioner Keene's strong support of moving forward with an executive search firm. Having been through that process on both ends, I really do believe there's a benefit to them helping you understand what you are wanting to require of a candidate, strongly prefer in a candidate, and just it's something nice to have. And when you can order in those ways, those functions of the job that are essential to the job, and they help guide your thought around that, I think it's for us could only benefit us.
If I could just add that DHR is more than happy to partner with the Ethics Commission as much as possible.
And I will appoint myself and Brett as ad hoc committee responsible for working with HR to moving this forward.
Sounds like an excellent selection.
And we'll start working on the funds.
Okay. For a supplemental and see what we can do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Kept you so long.
No problem.
Public comment.
Any public comment? Yeah.
Hello. Larry Bush from Friends of Ethics. I was involved in the selection of the first two executive directors, ending with Jenny Vida, who we recruited from New York. Actually, she's just moved to the Bay Area. And I think that the points that you've made, Commissioner Rennie and Commissioner Herr in particular, about making sure that you have input is critical. But I think that the input needs to start at the beginning in defining what the job is. And I would urge you to have a process, whether it's a meeting or soliciting inputs from people who are involved in the regulated community and the citizens, and also people who are in similar positions, like, for example, Ann Ravel at the FEC, who certainly understands what these things are like, or Leslie Pelham, who used to be head of the Ethics Commission in Los Angeles. Obviously there's a group called COGL, which I'm sure that John St. Croix is very familiar with. There's also a national organization called cityethics.org, which is made up of ethics commissions at the city level across the country. But getting input on what the job is critical before you start looking at who the candidates are. And I'm not sure that HR is as aware of what a moving target the job is here at Ethics. You've added in the past few years, as you've said, a great deal of duties onto the commission staff. And you've also facing a new political environment that involves more demands for transparency, which is greater knowledge about how you're going to be able to use the internet to get information to the public. You have more restrictions on what can be a prohibited behavior. So all of these things come into play. It's not just hiring somebody who knows how to manage a water system or something like that. It's very nuanced. And so I think to the extent that you reach out for people's thoughts across the country and here in the community on what goes into the job, and then after that you have a process that involves making sure that people are aware of what you have decided is the job and are soliciting input on candidates would be the two-step process that I would see as most workable. I have no doubt that you're going to have excellent candidates because, first of all, San Francisco has a unique amount of authority for the Ethics Commission. You have the ability to put something on the ballot, as we talked about earlier today. That's very unusual in most commissions. You're in the heart of Silicon Valley type of things in terms of being able to draw on greater transparency assets. So you have citizens who are pretty interested in what's going on, and you have regulated community that wants to do it right as well, for the most part. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Let me just ask you a question or two. When you talk about involving the community in the description of the job and things of that nature, how do you envision that being done?
I think the easiest thing is to just open up a page on your and solicit people sending in their a one-page idea of what they think the job consists of. Some people are going to say it's going to lean heavily towards enforcement. They may not understand the role of the city attorney and the district attorney, but you all are in a position to understand that. Others are going to say we have to pioneer new transparency and new ways of citizens' involvement. I see that David Lee is putting in a proposal for a ballot measure to require all commissions be broadcast and so on and so forth. So everybody has a piece of it. It's like the elephant in the old story, that looks like a snake. No, it's a tree trunk. Everybody has one piece of it. And so that's why I think if you have a broad outreach, you're likely to come up with the pieces that resonate from the experience of what you all are seeing sitting at the dais. And of course, I'll send something in, but I'm not applying.
Thank you. Any other?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Douglas Yep. I have a couple of suggestions on how to proceed on the hiring of the new executive director. First, I think you should schedule a hearing with public information to the newspapers about it that would invite critics and supporters of the current executive director to come here to speak. Hearing the pros and cons of his performance will give you an idea of what people expect the next executive director to try to do. Of course, it's everyone's opinion, but at least you would get a wide range of opinion, what he has done correctly or what he hasn't done correctly according to the people that follow ethics. The man sitting at the desk that recently left indicated that he might be interested in applying for the job. I think that is a bad idea because I think if you have somebody in front of you advising you and then the next time sitting with you as executive director, I myself consider that potential of too much influence. Of course, that's very subjective, but I think that's an area that very corrupt politicians use in order to promote certain ideas and conclusions. The next idea is I think that we should hire someone from the outside. I haven't been to too many of these hearings, but it seems like every hearing there is so much nuance on which ways to interpret the law. If you're going to interpret the law on such thin threads of legal opinion, I think it would be wise to bring in someone that has no ties to the local area. This way it would at least give the appearance that the person is starting out independent of any influence group. Obviously, if the performance is not good, you can always have a hearing to consider why people disagree about the executive director's performance. But I think by promoting from within the internal San Francisco area is a way of promoting, in a certain sense, influence peddling. Let us not forget that there was a certain politician that used the ploy of whisper in my ear. And that is why there is so much politicians getting in trouble, because there is too much whisper in my ear. Thank you.
David Pilpel, again, speaking as an individual. Several points. I was going to talk about all the wonderful things that have happened over the last 11 years. It sounds like tonight is probably not the night for that. We'll do that sometime in the next 4 months. Suffice to say that Jack's been here for 11 years and more than a majority of the history of the commission, and it's going to be difficult to see a new person, and we'll just get through it. With regard to the items before you, I think you certainly should take input from the public. There are certainly 2 former commissioners here. I think it might be a good time to hear from former commissioners, their experience, good and bad, over time. Perhaps a meeting of the 2 of you as a committee in the next 30 days to look over the document and talk about the process going forward. I'm trying to think back to how both Jane Rubin and Ginny Vida were hired, and I forget some of that. I may have to go back to some of my notes. As to DHR, to the extent that you engage DHR or a consultant on it, I would suggest as low an expenditure as possible. I think when the city has done high-priced executive searches, it hasn't necessarily yielded high-quality executives. It just results in a large amount of money to an executive search firm. So to the extent that you have to do something, I like the $15,000 more than I like the 35 or 40. And finally, to the extent that there are records generated in this process, I would first suggest that there be a job description that's updated from the last one, minimum qualifications, and then desired qualifications. And I appreciate what Commissioner Andrews talked about what you absolutely need, what you really like, and what would be nice, and all of that. That's certainly a fine approach. Again, to the extent that there are records created, either DHR or the Commission should keep those records from the search process, any candidates, because I'm not sure that that happened last time. And I'm thinking that DHR was not as strong, or it was doing different things at the time, and there was some reason why administrative services actually had some expertise on running a process, and that's why that happened that way 11 years ago. So I look forward to this process. I hope that others will apply besides Jesse, and that you'll have a pool of well-qualified candidates to choose from. This should be, a terrible problem, both of filling Jack's shoes and having lots of qualified people and having to make a terrible choice among them. So I look forward to that.
You talk about keeping records, but you understand that the identity of applicants and all of that is confidential.
Yes, I'm not suggesting that those be disclosed. I'm not suggesting in-camera review, just that if there are records, that there be records and that they be kept for an appropriate period of time.
I understand.
That's all. Thank you.
Any other suggestions that anybody on the commission, any of the commissioners have as to how we should be proceeding in the next 30 days? Beside going for a supplemental and working with HR to come up with a job description, and I agree with Mr. Bush's comment about getting as much public input into the job description as well as everything else in the process.
Chair Rennie?
Yes.
I just want to say I think that we actually have received some excellent input as to what the process should look like. And maybe staff can sort of put a timeline together, the order in which we are going to do this, whether it's putting together a list of organizations, the public hearing, the meeting of the committee, so that we can have that before us to look at and kind of cross it off as we go.
I think that's a great idea. Yeah. And for those of you with more experience in hiring someone like this, how long is realistic to plan for?
It's usually a 3 to 6 month process. You try not to have it further than 6 months, because usually within the functions of any fiscal year, there are 2 or 3 key things that happen within 2 quarters. So the preferred is 3. Generally, at this level, takes usually about 5 or 6. In my experience.
All right. Move to the next item. Discussion and possible action regarding a complaint received or initiated by the Ethics Commission concerning California Government Code Section 84107, failure to properly identify opposition to a ballot measure in a committee's name, and possible 84504C, failure to include committee's name on campaign advertisements, and possible closed session. Do I have any public comment on item number 7? Hearing none, do I have a vote or motion as to whether or not we should assert attorney-client privilege and meet in closed session?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Any public comment?
I don't know how long your closed session will go. I'm hoping to hear before I leave who you're going to appoint to the committee to look at the ballot measure stuff that you mentioned at the beginning of the meeting.
The
expenditure lobbying?
Yes. Well, I'd asked Commissioner Keene to be a committee of one to take a look at the material that you had provided to us concerning the pages 23 to 30 of the grand jury report, the Proposition J and Proposition E, and he agreed to do that. I was going to make that at the end as an agenda item for him to report back to us on it. And I guess I'll ask you, would you be willing to take this on in place of the other?
Yes, and my understanding is there's, in terms of what you had emailed me about earlier, and in terms of the discussion we had, there's a twofold thing that you want me to come back to the commission with at the next meeting. One is whether or not the actions that were taken back in the 1990s did indeed strip the commission of these particular powers that relate to lobbyists, and two, whether or not we can, whether or not we should.
I'm sorry. I think we're too far astray from.
Let me finish my sentence, and then you can strike it all. Because we're not. The idea of stopping now when I got one sentence to wrap it up is a little absurd. And two is that whether or not it's feasible to get a measure on the ballot this year relating to the lobbyist expenditure aspect. Those are the things that you want me to do, and I'll be happy to report back to the commission next month as a committee of one relating to those things.
It was going to come up under the future agenda items, and it's only because Mr. Bush wants to leave and not come back after the closed session.
I got to be the one to assert the rules of order sometimes.
So, anyway, we will take it up at the end.
Thank you for letting me be out of order.
Okay. Thank you. And did we vote on the? Not yet. I don't think we had voted on the motion to go into executive session. All in favor? Aye. Hearing none, it was carried unanimously, and let's take a 5-minute break for. Yes, there is.
To this item.
That's the.
Oh, okay.
Whether we can get on the ballot the lobbyist expenditure, what the language should be.
Because
to make sure that we keep our promises and deliver on goals.
It's been my dream to start a ballet school since I was a little girl. I'm having a lot of fun with it. The biggest thing is that we really want the kids to have fun. A lot of times, a lot of parents have said to me, ballet schools have a lot of pressure connected to them. And even though we are teaching them structure and we are wanting them to follow direction, ultimately we want them to love dance. We want them to have a wonderful time. We want it to be an affordable program for people who otherwise wouldn't be able to take their child to one of the other schools. We hold the classes to no more than 12, and there's 2 teachers. I go around and I watch each class, and there's certain children that I've watched grow up from just practically babies, and it's really, really exciting to see them out here today. The children learn how to follow direction and how to be in a structured environment. It ends up helping them in their regular schooling. They gain a lot of self-confidence, how to be in a classroom separate from their parent, social interaction with each other, and also performance. Like today, we had a recital, and a lot of them, it was the first time they ever stood on a stage. So hopefully, my wish would be that they get the bug and they want to continue to dance for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Good morning, everyone. They're having so much fun back there with the garbage. I hate to interrupt them. It's great when our leaders can see what it takes to get to zero waste. So, I am surrounded by some wonderful people today, and I am truly honored to introduce a leader who is committed to protecting the environment of this great city and our wonderful planet. A leader who believes in keeping it real to make sure that we keep our promises and deliver on goals. A leader who believes in the and in environment and economy. A leader who demands an environmental ethic that will mean that all San Franciscans benefit from our environmental protection, and all San Franciscans benefit from a clean and healthy environment. And a leader who pushes us, all of us, to always do better and to ask ourselves, what more can we be doing to make this a more sustainable, responsive, and resilient city? So please join me in celebrating these accomplishments of Earth Day and welcome our very own Mayor Ed Lee.
Thank you, Debbie. Thank you to you and your leadership at the Department of Environment. Happy Earth Day, everybody. And to have Earth Day right here at AT&T Park with our teams, our wonderful teams here, I just can't ask for a better day. Except maybe golf, but you know. Anyway, this is our 45th anniversary of Earth Day, and I can't really think of a better way than to celebrate this by continuing our city's long tradition of being a leader, an innovator, and a team player that brings together our community, our business leaders, our city departments to address climate change together. Today, I'm pleased to be joined by an impressive team of businesses that include our San Francisco Giants, our Golden State Warriors, our wonderful Recology Company, Kaiser Permanente, the Business Council on Climate Change, community leaders, and my department heads that you see here that are standing in front of some very great green gloves. and to announce our city's new campaign called 0-50-100. Keep it simple. You know, as I said, and I've said many years, I'm trying not to announce brand new initiatives so much as really trying to accomplish old promises in the city. And when it comes to our environmental challenges of climate change, it is about keeping old promises. And so I love this campaign that we've just kicked off, the 0-50-100, because it does get us back to some basic things, but it refreshes it for everybody, and certainly for our youth and new generations. I think it accomplishes that very goal. Simply, it's a city that will send zero waste to our landfills. That's the zero. It also says, let's take 50% of all of our trips to using public transit, bicycle, walking, or rideshare. It also means 100% renewable energy for residential and hopefully for commercial down the road. And then we can track our ability on a very old promise. And that old promise was that we would reduce our greenhouse gas emissions below the 1990 levels by 25% by the year 2017 and by 40% by the year 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, these are all achievable, and reducing this greenhouse gas emission means so much to the generations of people that will be here at AT&T and the new generation of people that will be at our Warriors Arena very soon, that they will appreciate what we do today. You know, earlier this year, I had the privilege of announcing our city's reduced greenhouse gas emissions that are already at 23% below the 1990 levels. That is something to celebrate. In fact, it was such an enlightening achievement that President Obama had already recognized our city as a climate action champion for our steadfast leadership, not just in our city, but the rest of the country. We are on that good track. And I'll tell you, with national and international leaders that are struggling to even agree on how to address climate change, our city is already implementing solutions. We are leading the way, and we have exceeded our greenhouse gas reduction goals, and we continue to do that while our economy is growing. That is a very unique goal, a very unique number right there. We are lowering our greenhouse gas emissions while we are increasing jobs and making a strong economic climate for the city. This is an incredible story right here. And I'll say that we continue to provide real climate change by creating jobs, increasing affordability for our residents. How do we do that? How do we really are able to do that? Well, we pull together winning teams like our Giants and our Warriors. We do that because we know that Larry Baer and Rick Welts, along with Bruce Bochy and Steve Kerr, they'll tell you it's never about single players, although I like it when I hear Tim Lincecum pitching yesterday and Mad Bum today against Kerr. I like it when Steph Curry and all the other players get announced for their goals, but we also know that behind that, with the whole organization, it's about the team. Teams win championships. It's the sum of all the parts that are working together, and the same is true when we want to reduce our carbon footprint. It's about the entire team of departments, businesses, sports teams, our neighborhoods, our kids, everybody working as a team to be able to get this campaign going of 0, 50, and 100, all working together to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. You know, I love to see the Giants pitchers are throwing 0 on the scoreboard. I also want to see 0 waste going to the landfill. And achieving that, I'll tell you, it's going to be in our lifetimes. It's going to be while we are living here, working here, breathing here in our city, we're going to achieve that 0 waste goal. I want to thank Larry Baer and the San Francisco Giants for their leadership and their success in helping us achieve 0 waste. On and off the field, Larry, it's always exciting to be here. It's exciting to have this mentality that we have. And we're right here at the center, right here at this location, because a lot of it is accomplished right behind these walls. The Giants are going to set a new bar. They're really willing and able to truly get to zero waste by 2020, as many of our leaders are willing to step up to do. I'm also pleased to be joined today by our Golden State Warriors, and Rick Welts has been a friend for a long time, and they, of course, posted NBA season's best, 67-15 record on the court. What a wonderful, wonderful way. They're already leading by 2 games. We are more than interested. We're jumping up and down for what happens tomorrow. And the Warriors are building a state-of-the-art arena right here, not too far, but in our city, state-of-the-art arena for San Francisco. Thank you, Rick, and the Warriors for doing your part. I'm really excited about your announcement today as well. Our tradition of innovation and teamwork is exemplified by both the Giants and the Warriors' commitment. These 2 teams are incredible. That's why I have this hat. It's orange and it's the city. This is what I wanted to have here to really celebrate and represent a true winning culture, a focus on excellence on the field, on the court, and in the back operations. Thank you to both of you for achieving our goals. I also want to share another milestone in our efforts to reduce our carbon footprint. Achieving the goal of 50% of all of our travel by sustainable modes is another key of our climate change, our climate action strategy. And to achieve this level of sustainability, our municipal transportation agency is tasked with a very hard goal, but an achievable one by 2018. That's a big task for a city of 840,000 residents that every day swells to over 1 million people, and many thought that this goal would be unachievable. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to announce today, on Earth Day, San Francisco has achieved 50% of this target already, and we are ahead of schedule on all of our trips for all of our residents. 50% out of private cars. And we're going to keep this sustainable level. We're going to make continued improvements in our transportation infrastructure. We're investing $94 million to purchase electric trolley buses, an additional $68 million for new biodiesel hybrid buses that reduce and completely eliminate our city's reliance on fossil fuels. That's why we're making it so positive to get aboard buses, get aboard public transit, so that our youth will never say, when they look back at their time here, they say, I couldn't afford to have a car. No, that's not the right reason. The right reason is, I can make a choice, and the choice is public transportation. That's what I want our youth to really believe in. Finally, increasing energy efficiency and the use of renewable energies in San Francisco, that's a critical part of our strategy to reduce emissions. Just last week, the city made Green Finance SF for residential customers and homeowners really can now access competitive financing for their own homes to create energy efficiencies, renewable energy, and water conservation upgrades, and they can pay it off on their property tax bill. That's an incredible change in the way we do things and conduct ourselves. Thank you to the Department of Environment, to all the people working together on this. And in January, Board President London Breed and I called upon our own San Francisco Public Utilities Commission to develop a clean energy program, combine energy efficiency measures to significantly reduce emissions while sourcing more energy from renewable sources like sun and wind. It's not all that we're doing. This year, SFPUC will add 5 new solar arrays on top of city-owned buildings. We've got to lead by example, and this is what we're already doing with our private partners. Go Solar SF. See Josh here, and of course our commissioners are here. Our SFPUC's Go Solar initiative has nurtured a series of successes. Since July of 2008, Go Solar has helped incentivize and install more than 10.7 megawatts. That's 3,300 solar installations on private rooftops. That's an incredible number, and we will do more. We will do more. And earlier this month, our PUC began serving greenhouse gas-free Hetch Hetchy power to new residents and businesses in the Hunters Point shipyard. That's an incredible phase one accomplishment. It's not just the housing, it's what we put on top of it as well and how we serve it as well. The PUC is going to serve 1,500 residents with nearly 3 megawatts of clean, greenhouse, gas-free Hetch Hetchy power. We're on the right track, and we're bold, and we're reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. We're meeting our goals. Several cities have goals, and they have plans, but we are actually implementing those plans and getting it done. It's never about only a single steps. It's about the steps that each of our departments are taking to work with our business and our sports teams, to work with our residents, all of us working together. We have a great reason to celebrate on this Earth Day. Happy Earth Day to everybody. Go Giants, go Warriors. Let's keep this strong team together. Thank you very much.
Wow, that was fabulous. So I want to pick up on a theme that the mayor talked about that is so near and dear to all of our hearts, and that is the importance of teamwork. And as the director of the Department of the Environment, there is no way our little department could achieve what the city needs to have happen. And I depend on the leadership and the vision of my teammates. And my teammates are standing right here today, and I'm so deeply grateful for the effort they make and for their vision to achieve 0, 50, 100, and Roots. So I just want to call out some of the people up here. We've got Ed Reskin from the MTA. He doesn't even own a car. This man he walks the talk. Monique Moyer from the Port, who deeply believes in the importance of using our property to lead the way and demonstrate what's possible. Phil Ginsberg from Rec and Park. There is nothing that says environment more than the things that he works on. Mohammed Nuru from DPW. That man has green in his blood. I'm convinced his blood runs green. Harlan Kelly from PUC. This man is my partner on all things energy and water, and we are lucky to have somebody with his commitment on board. Naomi Kelly from the city administrator. So Naomi is in charge of our fleet, among many other things, and she is going to make sure that we have the greenest fleet in the country. We're already on track for that, and I can't wait to see what's next. And Tom Huey from the Department of Building Inspection. So Tom, our buildings cannot only be green, they have to be safe and functional. And Tom's the guy who makes sure it's an and in all of that. So I just want to make one additional comment to complement what the mayor said today. Our action plan, 0, 50, 100, is all about keeping it simple and real. We added another element to that, and that is Roots, 0, 50, 100 Roots. And that might be a little mystifying to people. What is this Roots piece? It's not a nice number. It's incredibly important, and it's incredibly groundbreaking, so I want to take a minute to explain it. When we talk about Roots, we're talking about pulling carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, not just doing less bad, less cars, less polluting energy. We're talking about actually healing the planet, and that's what Roots is all about. And how do we do that? How do we pull CO2 out of the atmosphere? We do it by planting trees. We do it by ripping up concrete and putting in native plants. We do it by greening our roofs. And we actually do it by some very creative uses of our compost. And I'm going to leave it at that as a little tantalizing thing to ask the question, how does compost and pulling CO2 link? And just to say that stay tuned, because Harlan Kelly and I are going to be talking about that in the months to come. And with the mayor, we're going to have some very exciting, groundbreaking announcements of how we heal the planet together. So today, baseball is a game about numbers. And the number that I think most people think about is the number 3. 3 world championships. The number I think about is the number 7. 7 Green Glove Awards. Put it out there. We are all proud of our amazing team, and we're all proud of the players. I want to do a special call out today to the hundreds of employees and staff of this stadium who sort, collect, compost, and recycle. They are some of the unsung heroes of this Giants franchise. I also want to point out one other thing that's so important. The Giants not only do it themselves, but they send an incredibly important message to the over 3 million fans every year who come through their doors. If you go to a Giants game, you will see the 3 bins. You will see them throughout the stadium. And the message that sends to all the millions of fans who come is that this team cares about the environment, and this team expects all of us to do our part. And I applaud and thank you, Larry Baird, for that phenomenal opportunity you take to lead by example and inspire all of us. So please join me in welcoming the World Series champions Giants president and CEO, Mr. Larry Baird.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Wow. How about an acknowledgement for everything that Debbie does, putting all this together for the city? Pretty amazing. Just incredible. I've learned a lot already today. So good morning. Welcome to AT&T Park. I can't say I'm used to doing a lot of press conferences at our recycling center, but I think it's awesome. I think it's fantastic. And on Earth Day, there is no more appropriate place than to do it here. Debbie mentioned some numbers. I have to admit, morning after a Dodger game last night, the first number in my head is 6-2, so that was good. But in touring the recycling center with the mayor and with Rick this morning, another number just popped out, and I think this ties into your Roots initiative, and that was 4,000 pounds. And it was amazing just talking.
We're back.
Back in session, the April meeting of the Ethics Commission, turning to item 8.
Actually, we need one more motion, disclosure motion.
Yes. What is it?
We have to do it twice. We do it in closed session, we do it in an open
I
session.
move we not disclose what was held in closed session.
Second.
Any public comment?
Just wanted to know if there was an additional report out after you vote on this, if there's anything you need to disclose.
What
was that?
An additional report.
There are certain actions that you need to report out, not just the whether to disclose or not disclose. I think you'll handle that in a moment.
For example, if there's a finding of probable cause.
We don't have anything.
Nothing to
We have
report.
nothing to disclose.
Okay, thank you.
The vote on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's carried unanimously. Item 6, discussion and possible action on the Commission's March 23rd, 2015 draft meeting minutes. Any comments on those minutes? I can't find my copy, but I did have a comment. The The last paragraph on page 3, above item 4, grammatically just doesn't.
Maybe making instead of make?
Grammatically, I just.
Yeah, it should be making instead of mistaking.
Making.
Other than that, all right, anyone may hear a motion?
I move to accept the minutes.
Second.
All in favor? Oh, public comment?
David Pilpel, just one item on page 5, the third paragraph, Assistant Deputy Director, I would insert shake there so that it's consistent. Thank you.
Did you get that?
Yeah.
Okay. Back here, assistant. Was that page?
You said page 5.
Oh, did you say page 5? Assistant Deputy Director.
The third paragraph, the one sentence, the one line one.
Got it.
Yeah. Just putting her name in.
Yeah. Got it.
All right. Hear a motion?
I move to approve the minutes as
Second.
amended.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Carried unanimously. Number 9, discussion of Executive Director's report, an update of important Ethics Commission staff activities.
I don't, it's late, so I won't give any updates, but I'll answer any questions.
Any commissioners have any questions? Any public comment?
David Pilpel again. Just a suggestion. I was not at the meeting last time when I guess Jesse went through a long list of initiatives. As has been done in the past and then not done, it would be really helpful if the executive director's report had some encapsulation of that list so you and the public and anyone reading it would have some sense of when things are coming up in the next 6 months or so, understanding that it's subject to change, but just so that people know what's in the queue. That would be really helpful. Thanks.
Yeah, I do recall asking that we keep it updated and keep us in the loop, Jesse's calendar. So whether it's put in the executive director's report or if the calendar is just included every month, I think that'd be.
Oh, every month. Okay, that sounds good.
Item 10, items for future meetings. Commissioner.
At the last meeting, I mentioned that I am very interested in proposals to revise the enforcement regulations and help us to sort of focus on bigger ticket items and deal with the smaller ticket items in a more efficient way or as efficiently as we can. And I don't want that to fall off the radar. I'm volunteering my services to Mr. Minardi to help brainstorm some ideas, and within the next couple of meetings, would love to sort of hear progress on that.
That's great. I mean, we're doing, we're doing a number of things internally, and I think we shared some materials with you about the internal enforcement process, but.
Not before the last meeting.
Before that, okay. So But in terms of like the regs and like the procedures and the formal procedures, we probably, per the calendar, which you don't have unfortunately in front of you, but we probably wouldn't get to that until later in the year. Once we, the idea is that next month we would do this Form 700 electronic filing that everybody would, expanding it to everybody in the city, and then we would get these special meetings where we would talk about the candidate control ballot measure committees and the limitations. Do that basically through August and September, and then the fall would be both the bundling reporting and then the enforcement regs and policies at that point.
Thank you.
And as I had mentioned earlier, I would like to have on the agenda for next month a report from Commissioner Keene on his review and recommendations as to what, if any, action the Commission should take on the issues raised on pages 23 to 30 of the grand jury's report and relating to Proposition J and Proposition E.
With the specific guidance of the chair that be an analysis of whether the powers of the commission had been so changed back in the 90s, and whether we should.
It was the 90s. I think it was in 2000.
2000, and whether we should go forward with a ballot measure relating to the lobbyist expenditure question, and what the wording of that ballot measure should be. I'll have those.
Any other?
David Pilpel again. Staff put out an announcement of an interested persons meeting, or actually two, at the end of next month. So I'm looking forward to that. That's regarding candidate-controlled ballot measure committees and legal defense funds, which I think Jesse just talked about. Also, your next meeting would normally fall on Memorial Day, so that's going to get moved to?
Wednesday, the 27th.
Got it. 5:30?
5:30.
Here?
I think it's down the hall.
One of these rooms. Okay. Thank you very much. See you then.
Move to adjourn.
Any discussion?
You need a second.
Any public comment?
There was a second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.